Alright fam, give me 1 second here, just getting some stuff set up over here, making sure everything is all copacetic and looking good on this side of the stream here fam, and then we will be getting it switched over here momentarily, so just bear with me all you lovely souls. Okay, let's get into it. How we all doing, everybody? It's so good to see everybody. So good to see everyone. We are live over here on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick, and we got a very special video today because today's video is very important for the specific reason that I want to show step by step how we are going to do multi-streaming, whether it be through OBS, whether it be through Rumble Studio, whether you use Beam, Restream, whatever the way is. I'm going to show you guys some of the best tools you can use, along with using like Video.Ninja, Social Stream, everything like that, including even just doing a actual OBS fresh install on a MacBook here. So I actually reset everything on my MacBook to show you guys from scratch how this would all look, how it all be, all of that stuff. I wanted to make sure you guys got the best actual detailed, like actual explanation of how we go live multi-stream on, you know, whether it be the multiple RTMP link, which, you know, some people do still, or like myself, use Rumble Studio. So I will be doing these methods here tonight, guys, and I wanted to show those specifically for that reason. So I'm gonna turn this down here in the background. That way we got something going. You can use either Safari or Opera GX. We're going to use Opera GX for this specific case because of the fact that it is going to be the closest to what you guys would be using yourselves. Okay, so we're going to start off by going to right to Google.com. I also realize that even though after I did all this stuff, my screen decided to special there. That might help. Ooh, that did not work at all. Okay. Okay. 30 by 950. Come on. Damn, it will not let me go with that. Even though I just try to do custom. Okay, chat, give me 1 second here. I'm trying to do this also with my trackpad. So this is kind of actually been a little bit more complicated with trying to do the trackpad. Just need this to... There, okay. Okay, I'm an idiot. So I guess it was fine. I was seeing it with a bit of an issue here, chat. With the overlay, I have a feeling it was gonna be like that just because the way it was. Let's see here. Where do we go? Transform to fit the screen. Okay, it's kind of weird. I had to resize everything specifically like that, but whatever. At least it's working, chat. It's all I need. It's all I need right now. All we need. Alrighty. So now that it looks better, I get my dock back up. Burp. Burp, burp. All right, there we go. Now I kick chat back up there, chat. All right. So now we can see Kick. We can see fucking Rumble, YouTube. We're all good to go, guys. We have all the chats ready to go. So, I'm gonna wait until we start to get a little bit more people rolled in here, chat. Once we get more people into the actual, YouTube side, Kick side, and Rumble side, I'll start going through this. We're not gonna do like a tag toes and wait for fucking 30-40 minutes, but I'm gonna wait at least like 5 or so minutes just to wait for everybody to come on in. So I want to make sure we get everybody in here, so that way nobody misses out on how to do all this, because it is going to be, in my opinion, a much more rather important thing to showcase, in my opinion, chat. This is going to help a lot of people not only set up their stream, but also give them the ability to actually effectively co-stream in a way, or not co-stream, sorry, but multi-stream in a way that provides little headroom on the actual PC. The first method is going to be the most headroom, and then we're going to go from there, right? So the multiple RTMP output that we are going to be using is made by a VTuber out in Japan. That is why a lot of this is going to be kind of a bit of a headache for some people. For others, maybe not so much. Now, as for myself, running this on the Mac, it is going to be way easier to install on the Mac than it is actually, in my opinion, on the Windows PCs, just because it does involve some extra steps, such as having like usually a BitTorrent and all that other stuff like that in order to actually download the file, extract it, everything like that, and then run it on your PC. Whereas on Mac, it's going to be as simple as just installing it, dropping it in an application, we're good to go. Alright, so there's going to be a few things we're going to have to do with that. And then I will be also showing today as well, like I promised this whole week, we will be showing social stream as well. So how you can get all your chats in one location, and let's say your webcam happens to break, or maybe you're in between the webcams, or hell, maybe you're just starting off and you don't have a webcam just yet, and you don't want to rely on like your built-in laptop webcam. Fret not, alright? We're going to show you a way on how to use your actual webcam or your phone as your actual webcam. This way you have a fucking stellar looking actual image, and in some cases, you may not even want to go buy a webcam at that point when you already have one in your pocket already. So, these are going to be things I honestly think are really important to show to the community. So, because I feel like these are absolutely important, I wanted to make sure that we go through them and showcase the best tools for you guys to have in 2025 to do multi-streaming, especially with the way fucking Twitch is going, guys. Do you want to be stuck on Twitch, or even YouTube for that matter, Kick or Rumble, just streaming to one platform, thinking that that's all it's, that there is, or that that's where everything is just gonna blow up for you overnight? Guess what? You're wrong. Be sure to multi-stream. Check out YouTube, check out fucking Kick, check out Rumble, all at the same time, and guess what? You can add TikTok, you can add fucking Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. You can add Instagram. You can add everything you want and more to these links, and I'm going to show you guys how to do so that you're getting that brand out there as far as the eye can see. So again, I urge you guys, definitely be sure to share out this video. Be sure to let everybody know about this because we are about to dive into this, guys. And it is going to be a very, very lengthy one. And I will also be answering any questions at all as well, too. So if anybody says, hey, Debbie, how the fuck do I do this, man? Don't worry, I will gladly help you out and walk you step by step. So today is the best day to ask me for help or anything like that at all, guys. So if you know anybody who's like, damn, I've been really needing to learn how to multi-stream, I just don't have all the tools or everything that set up for me, send them over my way. We're going to get them all set up today, guys. And on top of that, we're also going to be working on actually building up their communities as well, especially if they have just started coming over here to Rumble. We want to make sure that they already got somebody that's going to be able to pop them open, share out their stream, show that they're live, and also be like, hey guys, be sure to come on in and, you know, in my Discord or wherever the case is, to promote more and more people that are going live over here on Rumble, Kick, and so forth. So be sure to add yourself into our Discord as well. Just use ! Discord for the command, whether you be on either the Kick side or Rumble side. YouTube, I'm not sure if the command works or not. We'll have to check on that one. The other thing I'm also going to be showing you guys today is one of the biggest tools that I use for how to make overlays, right? Now, there's some people out there that are going to be like, well, just use Canva. Okay, look, there's a lot of people out there that have no knowledge of making any overlay whatsoever, or just maybe aren't that creative. So I'm going to show you guys a really great tool that you can use and actually tweak it in some ways with other tools to actually still make it work regardless of what site you're on. And that is going to be the Stream Elements overlays. So be sure to stick into this video, guys. We got a big one. So definitely smash that like button, definitely hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and be sure to share this video out to everybody you can because we have got a load of shit to talk about today, guys. It is a ton of tools because it's not just the 1, 2, or 3 tools. We got like 5 or 6 tools, and they're going to take a little bit of time to get into each one. So I want to make sure that everybody that comes in today has the time to get themselves acclimated to every tool that we're going to be showing here today. So, again, I just want to make sure that everybody has some time to roll into the video here, guys. Now, this is also my first how-to video over here on Rumble, where we're actually going to be doing a step-by-step, like I said, on how to actually set all of this up for you guys over on whatever platform you're doing this on. Whether you're going to be trying to go live to Rumble, Kick, you know, Twitch, you know, whatever, it does not matter, alright? My goal is to really help people from Twitch move off of the Twitch and actually start streaming into other places. So this stream is also going to be primarily like my main massive upload, and it may in fact even replace the 45-minute view or 45-minute long video that we did the other day, trying to show how to best multi-stream in 2025. So without further ado, let's get into it, guys. So I want a couple more tabs open because we're going to need this one, and I want to have elements. Alright, so Google Wise. Alright, so over here, first tool we need is going to be the OBS itself. So let's go. OBS. And I want the OBS.live plugin, specifically because it's going to work with the Stream Elements, overlays, and everything else that we add over here, chat. So you're going to look for this top one right here, or you can still go with this one, but I prefer to do this one right here. Click on the top link, download sc.live, click, boom, download is complete. So we have this, now you have this type of thing happen here. You open it, or try to open it, go to your privacy settings, privacy and security. Oh, now normally it should be down here. Okay, so there's a little bit of a problem here, chat, with that one. I guess they didn't have a, I guess that makes sense why on my Mac I have not actually used sc.live yet. Oh, let's go to OBS then. We need the Mac silicone one because specifically ours is a Apple Silicon Mac. It is the MacBook Air M2, so it is not using Intel, which thank God, that shit's trash. Alright, we're gonna open up and find it. Now you see how it says DMG, so we're gonna open this up like this. Now you see how it says applications, right, like this. Now you can install it right here like this. Just drag and drop it over to applications, and it's gonna install it on the actual machine. Now, because I like to save a lot of free space on my machine, we're actually going to go over here, open up Debbie's drive, select it, hold down Command at the same time as we go over to Applications, and we're going to put it in here. Now we'll have OBS specifically in my Debbie's drive here. Eject that. Now we open this up. Verifying OBS. There you go, chat. Okay, this is how you're going to install it on a Mac. Now, obviously on a Windows, it's going to be very easy to install the SE.live or even just regular OBS. It's just simple click, install, download, boom, you're good to go. Okay, so we're going to optimize it for streaming. I always have to just go to 60 though. Here. Cancel. Okay. We don't need to set up all this stuff yet, chat, on OBS over here yet. But now that we have it downloaded, right? I think a lot of things that most people are going to be like, well, is, you know, what do I do afterwards? You know, it's like, you know, it's like, okay, so you've gotten your, you got your file installed. You got OBS going, right? You're like, okay. So this is before you do the multiple RTMP, right? So this is before you get to the multiple RTMP output. And you're like, man, I really, really, really want to be able to have the ability to have some overlays and just even something basic, right? Well, I recommend come over to streamelements.com, you know, log in either using your Twitch, Kick, wherever. We're going to use our Kick in this case. Now, with Twitch, you are going to get a lot of their actual like features that are available just to Twitch because they are a little bit more integrated with Twitch than they are other places. But you have everything right here between like sponsorships. So if at any point in time they offer sponsorships for streams over here on Kick, such as like the, you know, Raid Shadow Legends is a good example of this, right? So like if I was able to complete it, you can see that there's none over here. But if we were to go and maybe look over at my Twitch channel, we go to sponsorships, click on completed, you see we have 13. These are the type of sponsorships you will be offered by Stream Elements. My only problem with these is that these require people to actually click on it, actually download the game, do all that stuff like that, chat. Now, the problem with that is that once you do it once, if your community is very small like mine, especially, then you're probably going to tap it, like the first one you do. So if all they ever offer you is one game, then you're very quickly gonna fucking get that payout one time. That's it. You're never gonna be able to get another payout really, unless you really, really somehow gain more people in. But ideally, the new people that come in, they don't want to go play gacha games, right? The people that are playing the gacha game for your fucking Stream Element sponsorships are the ones that are already your main community members that have been with you for a while. They know that you want to do this so that you don't make money off of them necessarily, but make money off of actually the company. Now, these all have like caps and stuff like that, sometimes up in the thousands and thousands of dollars, $5,000, $7,000, $10,000. And it's outrageous for just something as simple as this, right? But I do digress. They do make this so you can start at least dipping your toes into sponsorships, chat, and kind of figure out what it's like. However, though, as you'll see over here, even on my YouTube page, even with having streamed over here a bunch, there is still no sponsorships offered over here, even on YouTube. Primarily, the biggest thing for this on this page, it will only show if you stream a lot on that said platform. However, though, for whatever reason, Stream Elements is claiming that I am not obviously on this platform enough to generate a sponsorship on it. However, though, it does give you that option to definitely do so, and it shows you when you're live, right? So right now it is showing that we are live. So we can go over to our dashboard or even to the activity feed. Go to the dashboard here. Alright, you can see your sponsorships, super chats, tips, members, and subscribers that come in. Then down here, even if you're using it on whatever one you've logged in, you can still see the activity feed from all of it between Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Now you can see that obviously most of my stuff was coming from YouTube or Twitch here. That's because legitimately, for the last while now, I have been back on Twitch until just recently. So, like, literally, this is where you can start to see all my Kick follow stuff, all that stuff come back in. Okay? So, in this case, we're gonna go over to our Kick. Now, with that, you can see right here, 6 followers, 0 new subscribers, no tips as of yet, alright, 0 sponsorships. So if you click to get sponsorships, boom, it does that, right? You can look at your revenue, you can do payments, stuff like that. You can see when you've gotten paid out, all that kind of stuff like that from all these other things like that. That is going to show some actual personal information. The chatbot, you get your chatbot, you have all these same things like you would normally have on any other site that offers all these things like that. Chat, I do highly recommend like their modules, their their timers, and also the actual commands. Now counters are a little bit different. So counters are an easy way to keep track of certain things in your stream. They can use to keep track of things like how many times you've died in a game. So these are really good for these types of things if you're doing like challenges. Like for example, like it just says, like if you died in a game, Dark Souls, great example, right? You want to make sure you keep track of how many times you die in Dark Souls, so that way you can do like a no death run, and people can see how many times you've had to do that or how many times you've had to restart your run. You can do a counter like that. You type in the name and be like Dark Souls game 3 start. There we go. So you can do it, you can add one, count to incremented by 1. And you can just keep doing that and stuff like that. You can delete it, all that stuff like that. You can reset it, you can, all these things. And these work really great for if you're doing, like I said, Dark Souls or things like that nature, where you can just do, like a death counter or something like that. You can have something like click in it and do all these things, delete it, reset it, all those. Especially if you're, continuously playing, Dark Souls, you can just reset it whenever you need to. So really handy thing to have. I do like this, but the main part of why we show this though, right? Streaming tools, overlays. Okay, you can either create an overlay of your own. Now again, the whole point of me showing this though is, what if I don't want to create my own? What if I just want to see if somebody's already made an overlay that I could potentially use and copy it onto my thing and just tweak it a little bit so that it uses Kick, Kick alerts and all this other stuff like that? Well, we just go, not to create new overlays, but you can't do it like that, right? However, let's go visit overlay gallery, and it says no themes found. So one of the biggest things I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a Kick streamer, just log into a Twitch account. If you don't have one, make one. Click on your Twitch one. Here's where the real shitty thing is. There's all the fucking themes now, chat. So I don't know why, but they don't seem to put these on the Kick one. I think maybe, let me double check again here because I've had this issue once with the YouTube side. I think though that yes, so you can log in with your YouTube account. Okay, you log in with your YouTube account, you can get your animations down like that. So you can literally get like something like this where it has a Halloween themed thing, perfect for like something like Dead by Daylight with this kind of style of running. So you got the starting soon screen would be like that. Your be right back one, and then the ended. So, and then see it's got all these cool little like animations and all that other stuff like that. This is how you can have something like how mine does, right? So this is why my starting soon screen has the Lambo in it, the lights in the background, and the noir vibe, like the 80s style. This is actually just Dr. Disrespect's pack that he used to have for Stream Elements. I removed the like up at the top here, in the middle there, chat, like at the very, very top, like probably like right there in the middle, I'd say, is where you would see the mustache thing with the comb and all this other stuff like that, the glasses. So I removed all of the Dr. Disrespect little things to make it more personally mine, and then that way I can just leave a little things there and here and there to still allow it to have some flair to it and have it some fun. But they always have a lot of, you know, different animated style ones, and then they also have ones that are static, especially depending on what kind of overhead you have on your actual PC. So, like, for instance, this one is now called the Violent Momentum. So this is the one that I use. Like you guys can see, like I said, there's the comb that looks like the mustache. That's on all of those. So that's why I choose not to usually use that one like that, but Joyride, this is a good one for Grand Theft Auto, as you can see. Oh, that is perfect for Grand Theft Auto. Look at that, dude. That just looks so fucking nice, chat. That looks so fucking nice. But that's what I mean, though. You can have a top-of-the-line looking animated actual overlay with no work whatsoever. You can also just pick, too. Or let's say you want the purple void, but you only want a couple things off this guy. Maybe you just want this specific part of it, or maybe you want the starting soon part of it. Whatever the case is, you can specifically pick what parts of these you want and what parts you don't want, and then use those as you will. So that's another way to actually start doing your overlays. Now that is a big thing, right? Now again, this is just kind of getting yourself started off when you're first starting streaming, and you're like, what kind of tools do I need? You know, even regardless if you're multi-streaming or not. Now, let's say you're getting into multi-streaming. You got OBS installed like we have right here. Well, what's the next step you're going to do? Well, the next step you're going to do, we're going to go ahead and Google, is the multiple RTMP output link, okay? So, this method here is going to require that you have a good, decent internet connection, and that you have a decent machine as well. Because it is going to put a lot, and I do mean a lot, of headroom on your shit. Let's say we'll go right to the... We'll go to this one here, right? See how this is all in English so far. We're looking good, but then you start to scroll down, you start to notice that, oh, wait a minute, it looks like it might be in languages. Oh, well, it is. But go to download. Opens up GitHub. Now, over on GitHub, it is going to be fully in Japanese. So it is going to be very hard for a lot of people to usually read this, and you don't need to. Like, a lot of people make their lives so much fucking harder than they really need to by not just scrolling down to this part. See where it says Windows x64 installer.exe. Boom, baby, there you go. Install that bitch. Good to go. Done. Voila. Simple as that. Since we're on Mac, I'm going to install the Mac OS package. This, done. Open it. Now, this is why I wanted to do this live, okay? So, we see how it says, warning, do not open, do not move this to trash. Click done. Go to your system settings. Scroll down to privacy. Scroll all the way down. Security, allow applications. OBS multi was blocked to protect your Mac. Open anyway. We know it's from GitHub. I trust this app. I know what it's going to be doing. I know that the risk of opening this. Click open anyway. Now we click open anyway. Then we use our Touch ID. Boom. There we go. Now it's installing, chat. Now we go click install, installation. It's going to install it right into my OBS, right? So now we can move this to trash. Now we can close out our system settings. And then if we look over here first, it isn't in here yet. Now, do not fret. That does not mean that you fucked it up. We fixed it out from OBS. Okay. Look at this bad boy. Whoops. I figured that I actually put it in here. Back to our OBS. Check for updates automatically. Automatically download and install updates. Check automatically. Okay. Also, see how it still tried to do the thing on his chat? And then also, by the way, as I pointed out before, is that when I do streams on the PC, the hide OBS window is in your general settings right below this. On this case, it won't be because of the way this is set up. So you have to go into Mac OS screen capture. Okay. Here we go. Now we have our actual thing, and then we can go, you know, like green, boom, there we go. Now we have all of our windows again, like that, you know? Yo, how's it going, Fox? Good to have you in here, brother. Good to have you in here. So now we have, obviously, this all working. Now, again, though, what, you know, or sorry, real quick, actually, real fast. So hide OBS from capture. Now you can hide your OBS windows, and now you can just show your desktop just like that. So, super handy, super great. Now, in the docs, you will notice now at the very bottom, multiple output has now been added. This is good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to click yes, open it. I like to dock mine right here at the top, just so it makes it super easy to find and, you know, click on and off everything I need. Now, the next thing you're going to do, chat, is go to add new target. Now, let's say you've already went over to Kick or Rumble, let's say. So I'm going to go over to Kick here real quick. New target. Now, right. View tab. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's this. Okay, so I need to go into an area real quick that's going to be a bit of a private settings. I don't want to show my stream key and all this other stuff, but you're going to go to settings on Kick. You're going to go to profile. Or no, sorry, security. Okay? And then you're going to go into... Oh, no, my bad. Sorry, not settings. I mean, well, you're gonna go to the settings side, the side of the little three tab thing, right? You're gonna go to stream URL and key under channel. There we go. In order to see that, in my case, I'm gonna need my two-factor authenticator on. So I need to open up my authenticator app real quick. And we're gonna submit the Kick one here. Now that I can see my URL and stream key, I'm going to actually do this real quick, like so you guys can see this setup. Okay. So, yo, what's up, C4? Good to see you, dog. Good to see you. Glad to have you in here, brother. Glad to have you in here. So, now we have our stream key already posted. That is the main one I didn't want to have shown out there. So, now we're going to go Command V. Now we have our URL connected right up here, right? So, now if I want to have this set up for Kick, well, let's say on the base through here, let's say I have it either through Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, whatever. If I click then here, start stream, and I want that then to start this stream up, go over to other settings, click sync start with OBS and sync stop with OBS. You do not need to change any encoder settings. All of this stuff will be fine. It just pulls it all from your main base settings on your actual settings here. Now, what's going to happen though is that when you want to go live now to Kick, at the same time you're going live, there's our fireworks on in the background. Yeah, so it's funny too. This is on the. So I don't know if you noticed that it's on the actual Opera GX. You can actually download the Cyberpunk thing like that in the theme in the background. So I have this one in the background for it. So, but so once you have that all set up, though, chat, all you gotta do then is click Start All, or go right to it and click Start. Also, I meant to show you too. In the name, you can go like this. Now you have it set to Kick. You can also change what kind of protocol is it. Is it a RTMP? Is it SRT? Or is it WIP connection? So, like this way, if you're doing like Rumble via this way, you could do a WIP ingest connection to Studio just like this, without using the actual Rumble Studio to push out all the streams, which is what I effectively do. Now, the reason for that is because with having this, like I said, you've got to have a good internet connection, but you also got to have a very heavy machine that can really push out all the streams at the highest quality without having any of the channels start having encoder overloads at all. So, with that being the case, it's really hard sometimes to actually meet those requirements, and not everybody can fork out a good ass, $2 grand on that fucking fat PC that's going to be able to really push all this stuff, no problem with a single PC stream. So, here's what we're going to do, right? Let's take that same method, but let's apply it to a website now, chat. So, with that being said, you are going to still need OBS for this, okay? However, though, let's go and say we want to go to Rumble instead. We're going to go to Rumble, okay? And then we're going to go, we're going to click on the camera, then go to Rumble Studio. Now, because I'm already live, this isn't going to effectively show you the best way, but bear with me, guys. Okay? So we're going to go sign in with Rumble. Take a second here, signs in. Alright, so build out effectively this one. Now, the direct RTMP is what I am doing right now as we speak, chat. This is how your boy is going live as we speak. Okay? So this is how I have been going live on Rumble to every other site. So, big thing with this though is that I can then effectively go and stream to Rumble via using that in the main option on OBS to go live straight to Rumble. Then I can then have Rumble take all that server load and throw it out to the internet. So that way I ain't gotta worry about any of that shit, but just going live to Rumble. Rumble's gonna take care of the rest of it. It goes live to Kick, YouTube, DLive, Twitch, wherever, right? It is gonna go live to all of them at the same time when I go live on Rumble. So, pushing 410p streams, say 20 to 50 megs up, depending on bitrate. Yeah, exactly. So that is why this one here is a better method, in my opinion, than doing the multiple RTMP link, because you're going to be taking all the headroom off of your PC and just have one stream running to it, which is how we have it on this guy. So right now, this laptop, okay, let's do this guy. So the laptop, this guy, is feeding the stream to there, okay. So that's how we gotta go. So it's feeding the stream to the TV, or to the monitor and everything like that, over there through OBS, but I'm capturing my MacBook, right? But I'm not having this all go through multiple RTMP. I'm making Rumble take all of that headroom. So in this case, if you look over here, we go enter. I can go in here, and then I can go into streaming platforms, and then I can connect them to however many I want. I can have DLive, I can have Beam, you can add another one, and then you can just keep adding, right? You can add Twitter, Facebook, X, locals, custom. So you can just keep adding however many you want to this, and it's going to push it straight out, too. Dude, that's what I'm telling you, man. Like, and especially the funniest thing, too, is the only reason I'm using the other laptop to do this right now is because I'm going to be doing capturing of some gameplay here in a little bit after we do all the walk through the tools, right? So I want to play some more Ascent, because thankfully resetting my actual MacBook gave my crossover another 14 days, so I can still play the Ascent via crossover on my MacBook. Because crossover is effectively emulating my Windows laptop on my MacBook, so that games that aren't ported over to Mac yet, I can still play those. And that's a big thing for me there, chat, because even though, yes, a lot of these games that are still Intel-based will use Rosetta to translate them, unfortunately, it doesn't just do that in order to play the game on your Mac, right? Some games, yes, if they've been ported or they have the Switch put on them and everything like that. However, though, there's some games that are just like either not supported anymore, or they're moved on to the next project, and they're just like, yeah, we're not gonna worry about that. Who cares if they can play that game on the Mac or not? We're worried about this new project. It's like, dude, this could add some actual life and some innovation, or some love to inspire to your new product if you did it this way. So this is a great way to go live. And then, as you can see, though, you can do your pictures here, your thumbnail, you can do your description, your stream name. Now with YouTube, it's going to copy this stream name, it's going to throw it over to YouTube. It's going to copy your thumbnail, throw it over to YouTube. So I do love that it does that, chat, especially, like, again, if you're using this to go live to all of these. I swear my internet hates Rumble. I mean, and again, though, you could use this same method, though, to Beam. Beam does the same thing. Restream, that's if you want to pay per restream, you could do it that way. But these are two of the biggest and best ways of streaming, in my opinion. And honestly, Fox, it might just be you need to call Spectrum and have them come out and redo your internet. Like, I had to have them come out and redo my whole line that comes into my house. They redid it and everything like that, and now look how good my internet and everything like that has been since then. Now, the only time we have dropped frames or any issues at all through OBS, guess what? Windows. That's it. On the MacBook, chat, not a single issue, knock on wood, not a single issue streaming. The only issue really is that obviously I can't single PC stream like a game like The Ascent or Resident Evil 3 or anything really, really demanding while also trying to do it like this. So, with that being said, this to be able to handle all that for the most part is absolutely fucking incredible, dude. The MacBook is a fucking beast. And don't let anybody ever say to you, gaming on a Mac, it just isn't a thing. They're fucking stupid is what it is. Because literally, I have been gaming on a Mac, and I specifically bought my Mac for gaming. If you don't have at least bond pair or fiber and stuff, well, and see, like, I don't have that either, but, like, my thing is we have, like, because he has the same internet as I have, because we both have Spectrum. But I would argue that maybe Spectrum is closer to having fiber optics where he lives versus where I live. We are going off of coax. And I still get damn near a gigabyte of download and almost a gigabyte of upload every fucking time now, as the internet has been increased over around here. So I will say that's a huge thing right there too. So, but again, this is a great way though to mitigate all that offload off your PC. So again, this way you don't have to do the multiple RTM output plug-in if you don't want to. If you feel it's too daunting, you feel like it's not up your alley, you don't want to do something like this, chat, then you can just do it this way and stuff like that. So, what?
Are you hungry?
No. So this is a way to do it this way, though, because this actually does it way easier, way smoother, everything like that, with making Rumble do all that, like I said, the overhead for you, like actually taking the streams and putting them out there onto the internet and stuff like that. So, sorry, I literally just did not want to lose track of what I was saying there, chat. That's why I had to do that really fast, though, because I was just afraid I was going to lose track of my thought there. But yeah, no. This is just, in my opinion, the best way, other than, like, Beam or Restream. Now, Restream, you got to pay for. Beam, you don't have to, but you have to go through Beam. And I find it to be a little bit more complicated to set up through Beam than it is through Rumble. So, that is my big thing right there. And you don't have to go very high up on the kilobytes. You could go 6,000, okay? You could go 5,000, whatever the case is, on your stream to Rumble, and then it's still going to be just fine, okay? So I do recommend that as well. Now, let's get to the next thing. Let's say your webcam broke. Let's say you don't have a webcam. Let's just say you want to upgrade your webcam, but you don't have the money for it yet. What can you do to solve that issue? Well, what's the thing called? VDO. The VDO.Ninja is probably the greatest, hands down, use of a phone that you could probably use with an app, right? You go create reusable link or invite, and here you're gonna do, let's go iPhone, okay? And then you go on like bitrate 20 bit, or you can do Stereo Pro HD for audio and stuff like that. You can do how long, what kind of quality you want it. So we're gonna do 1080p. You go generate this. You're gonna scan this QR code, but then you're gonna take this browser source. You're gonna copy that, and you're going to put that into your actual browser source for your OBS. Now, that will be your webcam. Then when you go into here, and you have it all going and stuff like that, it'll automatically, like, once you scan this and you start it up, it is automatically going to start up the camera feed on the other end, and then you're going to be able to go through it, and then just have it automatically sit there and just spit out that video feed right to OBS into your stream without needing to go buy a brand new webcam or a DSLR or anything like that, especially with how good the quality of these cameras are. And you can do front or back, and that's the other thing. Plus, you can also, especially like with the iPhone, you can go regular back camera, wide angle back camera, front camera, wide angle front camera, all those things like that. So, really big thing. And you can also add a green screen effect to it too, and effectively crop out everything like I'm doing right now using NVIDIA Broadcast. Okay, so this is a huge thing. I highly, highly, highly recommend video.ninja if you are looking for a way to upgrade the quality of your camera. Now, the next big thing, okay? So this is the next and probably the final big kahuna. Because this one here is where it starts to get a little bit complicated. Social Stream Ninja is going to be by far the best tool you can use for your chats. Now, it is going to put all of your chats into one location on a browser source. However, once you're live and you go live to whatever sites you're going to be going to, you need to go to those sites, pop out your chat. Then, when you go to the browser source that this guy generates, you'll have them all there. But then you take that URL and copy it into your browser links, and then there you go. You can now have your chat, and from all of the sites you're live to, all in one location. This is why Twitch hates this, because then you can have people from Kick, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, wherever, all talking to each other, including those on over on Twitch. The problem is that not that they think that you're excluding Twitch, it's that they know very well that those over in those chats are gonna be like, hey Twitch, come over here guys! It's so much better! Come over here! That's what they're gonna do. And Twitch is like, oh fuck no, you can't do that! You're gonna make people leave our platform! How dare you! Yeah, how dare we make people or tell people, go enjoy your content on a better platform like Kick, where there's no advertisements, and if they want to fucking sub to you, you get 95 cut. You do not get dicked. So, yeah, I think Kick is a hell of a lot better than fucking Twitch, okay? And what do I think is better than Kick? Rumble, because Rumble's the best of fucking YouTube and Twitch rolled into one. And you get ad revenue, and you can skip your ads, so you're not forced to watch them. So just like YouTube, you can skip them. So again, I highly urge people to do that. Yo, look at that. Thank you for the sub there, bro. Appreciate that. Definitely gotta do it. We gotta throw that back now for the homie here. We gotta throw it back here, chat, for the sub. Joke here. For the sub there, you know, we gotta give everybody a little show for something, you know? I mean, fuck yeah, dude. I mean, come on. I mean, if these girls can shake their ass in a fucking thong and get fucking thousands of dollars every fucking day, who says I can't shake my no ass and just, you know, let my little bony ass fucking make me $5 or $10? Like, gonna make a drizzle, I ain't gonna make a rain, but I'm gonna make a drizzle. So we're gonna go over here, we're gonna click on download now. Now, as long as this isn't unfortunately, hopefully another one that's gonna be specifically just, okay, there we go, that's what I thought. I didn't think this was going to be only Windows only, but so here is the setup and steps to do the installer for Mac. And so we're going to do the ARM64. I'm going to do this window instead. I do truly appreciate that sub, brother. You are so fucking kind. Truly thank you so much for that there, C4. Truly thank you, brother. And again, too, that's a huge thing, too, is that those subs that we get over here on Kick, that truly helps support the channel in such a massive way, because that is a 95 split right there. So, especially with doing all this stuff right now, with, you know, be the fact that, you know, I have had to have a $270 fucking increase on my rent, because of our, you know, landlords, our new landlords we have in, and everything like that, along with, you know, internet, electricity, fucking helping out with the vape store, all that stuff like that. Every little cent right now absolutely helps. It is absolutely greatly appreciated, but it is also never expected. But I mean, at the same time though, dude, one of the greatest things you can do is drop like 10 bombs on a channel, especially like when you're doing something like this. When we're dropping such great and amazing knowledge like this, it is definitely awesome when people drop a sub like that to help support and show that, hey, you know what, you're doing something awesome, you're providing some content for the community in a way that we can now learn how to better our content and grow our channels in other ways. That, yeah, you know, kind of like they do on the Kino Casino. Can we get 10 subs in here for that sticker? Yeah, you know, that is something I actually do want to start doing. We're going to start making stickers and other things like that, you know what I mean? But, like, at the end of the day, though, yeah, me making that joke, like, can we get 10 subs in here, like, oh, stuff like that, it's a joke, though, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not actually ever expecting somebody to drop 10 subs or anything like that for this type of content. But do I think that this is probably more likely to happen when you're doing something like this that's benefiting the community? Oh, of course. Of course. It could definitely happen more likely. But, again, the main point of all this is not to actually gain actual income off of the viewership. It's more so is that we can grow the viewership then you can get ad revenue and actual, ad deals and sponsorships where you're getting actual money based off how many people saw that ad in your stream versus how many people actually went and downloaded something or anything else. That's why the whole stream element sponsorships they don't feel as good. Whereas like over here on Rumble, I can literally get an ad for $17.75 copy, and let's say I got like a couple thousand people in here, I could maybe potentially earn a couple $1,000s just from them, not for making you guys have to spend money. To me, that is where you start winning as a content creator, and then the viewer starts winning, because then you can start doing giveaways. Then the quality of the channel starts to increase. You can pay for editors, you can pay for better overlays, you can pay for the things that matter, and you can put the money back into the content. And if you're not doing so, then you're just being scummy. Like legitimately, I think that every cent that you make from your content, especially from subs or ad revenue or whatever the case is, it better be put back into the content in some form or some way. Because legitimately, what was the point of you getting those subs? It should have helped make the content better. Buy a new game, allow you to get that DLC, allow you to buy that skin pack, allow you to buy that new MacBook or whatever the case is, so that you can keep pumping up that content daily. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, that helps when like things come in from the the community. But again, if you share out this video, you share it, like again, don't just share it on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Okay, hear me out, chat. If you really want to help out not only this community, you want to support above and beyond, sure, yeah, you could drop a couple subs, you could drop a 10 bomb, 20 bomb, that's going to definitely greatly help. Or you can go the extra mile and share out the stream. Share it on Facebook, share it on X, share it on TikTok, share it on Instagram, share it on Snapchat. Guess what? Now we're going to reach more eyes than we would have reached just by letting this go on the front page of YouTube, which, thank you, YouTube. We're always on the front page of YouTube. 40% of our followers and our subscribers over here on YouTube have come from the front page, with the very simple fact that YouTube puts me on the front page when we make content. That right there is awesome. So when we get on the front page of YouTube and we get that chance to actually grow like that, that's huge. Again, when people say front page stuff like that doesn't help or doesn't work, that's because you are not making yourself entertaining enough. You get 15 seconds, and as soon as somebody pops in, you better be fucking entertaining enough to catch their eye and be like, I don't want to leave. I want to stay and watch this content for the rest of my life. That's what pretty much you're going to do, because if you can't do that, they're going to fuck off and go to the next content creator, because there are a million of us out there. So just saying, guys, keep that in mind. Always remember, you got to hook them in and hook them in hard, because if you don't, they're just going to go to the next best thing. That's why. So, by the way, also, Hawk, thank you so much for the fucking lurk in here today. Appreciate you, Hawk. Appreciate you. Alright, so we're going to go over here. We're going to click on the download. And now, again, you see how it says social stream with the whole thing with this again? We're just going to go drag, drop over here. Now, this is going to be different than doing the actual extension version, because there is an extension one that you can use. Now, let's see here. Let's see, support platforms. Seeing it, but yeah. Alright, launch this up now. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is just going to go ahead and launch up an app version of the extension instead of it being needed to. So back in the day, you'd have to actually add this as an extension into your actual Google Chrome, do it in developer mode, unpack it, all this other stuff. It was kind of a complicated mess and a hassle. I'm actually really hopeful that with that being said, that they finally learned their lesson, and that with this app, that it will be more streamlined and better to do. Yeah, see right here, this is where you can start adding all your stuff. You got your Kick, YouTube, username, video ID, all that stuff like that. You can add Rumble as well, XD Live as well too. So you have all of them. So you are literally good to go right here, chat. And you're gonna have all of your fucking chat in one location, then do a browser source, and then you can have that on top of your chat. It is beautiful, man. I absolutely fucking love this shit here. So you gotta do, go over here. Go into name like www.youtube.com/@ Heavy 2100. Boom. Find and activate. And there you go. There is now a copy of my window or my YouTube chat right there, chat. Boom. Simple as that. Oh, dude, it has gotten literally C4 like worlds better, dude. Worlds better. They went from just being that extension of an actual browser source to now we actually have an app that runs so much smoother. Still, I think that the extension of the browser to use less headroom on your PC than this does, but hey, at the end of the day, it still works. You know what I mean? So like, so now I can go over here and kick, and the kick username, maybe 2100, boom. Auto activate, auto activate. Maybe 100. Sign in now. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go, chat.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's
So
nothing
that's kind
they
of
can
funny
do
the
to
way I
stop
did that.
it.
So this is still very new to me, chat. I'm not used to how this is doing all this.
And it changed everything. It's a tiny pill that helps me burn calories.
Don't want you to have this zoom lens.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Pause that. It fucks up and totally makes me have to go the other way. No. It is a little weird how it's doing it like this, chat.
Another sleepless night again?
Drinking ice water every morning, I tried it, and honestly, it didn't do much until I figured out what I was missing. I thought I was doing everything right, but the results just weren't there.
Yeah, that's so weird though. It's weird that it popped it out like that, though, too, chat. Yeah, see, it's trying to group them together, which is also kind of weird. So, this one was definitely the one that came through the easiest, chat, which is a little weird that the YouTube one was the one that actually worked the easiest. Who's doors? Who's doors? We did the whole... What if I had to do it like via this way? Okay, so... Okay, that's how that one activated. So this one said... Oh, that's so weird that it's doing that though, chat. Yeah, see, this is pulling up a Opera browser for this one. That's a little weird. Moving to a new place tomorrow, by the way. Oh, dude, fuck yeah. Super happy to hear that for either C4. Super fucking happy to hear that, dog. Yeah, like, okay, yeah, see, that popped out like that, but then it doesn't pop in the chat the way it's supposed to. You have to do that, and then it pops it out like that. Okay, so... all these sources Okay. So C4, throw me a message over there. Fox, if you will, throw me a message on Rumble at the same time. And then I'm going to do YouTube, and we'll see if all three of these come through chat. Okay, so I got mine from the YouTube. I didn't get the kick one. So it's still not pulling the kick one out. Yeah, so for some reason, okay, wait a minute, hold on. Now that I'm seeing that those sources are coming up better now, let's try kicks again. Okay, now. Oh, fuck off. Always makes me do that over there. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, oh no, that's the other one I'm seeing there. So you see, it kills me is that that one shows up, and that's just the regular kicks Botrix one right there, chat. So it's still not showing up here in my social stream. Uh, Fox, real quick, do me one little heart again. Let me see if I can hear the boop for it. Just do one. No wait. Oh, okay, yeah. No noise came out of that. Oh, you can always put that as always on top. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Okay. So YouTube wise works. Rumble wise works. Kick wise doesn't. Not sure why that has that. You know, they haven't. That's why I was expecting the Botrix one to work at least, but because especially because they have it set up with it over here, you know what I mean? I thought that it would pull it through. Yeah, over here. You can't just put it in chat only. This means I could do. Okay, there we go. I just want to do channel dashboard. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, damn it! It closed out the other one though. Fuck. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Now that I've activated the source, I wonder. Can you try to fucking click on kick chat from over here? Also, let me see if I pop it out, if that also changes out something there too, because of the fact that it's popped out. Testing kick pop out chat. Now see, Botrick still pulls it up, no problem. It's just that this is not doing so. So Rumble and YouTube just fine on this. This is where it's a little confusing though. I don't understand why. You would think that that would be just the same. You know what I mean, guys? So it's like, it's a little weird that it does that. Sources. We didn't do that. Pop out chat. Yeah, see what I mean? Like, Botrix is keeping it, but not this one. Which is... It is weird too, chat, because, like, if you think about it, right? So let's go... We launch that source, right? Or... Maybe. Okay. Oh, apparently it's because these are update to the browser, I guess. Okay, but is YouTube still gonna work? Could be kick API. That's what C4 was saying too there, Fox. But I just don't know. Yeah, it's so crazy how it works with that too. You know what I mean, C4? So yeah, I'll probably have to redo all of this again. I'll have to do some tinkering with this one here, chat. What I don't like is that this is doing it via this way and not the usual method of extension chat, because extension through the like just doing it through that way was so much easier than this app. Okay. I wonder though if it's going to be. That's the thing too. Is like so that version of it takes a lot longer for it to get updated too. It says like a chat window in browser, but it's OBS and it's there. It loses the session token, but expect it to break. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I feel like kind of happened with that too. Oh, whoops. I don't see an exe style installer though in here. Yeah, I don't see anything for it. Wait a minute. I'm an idiot. So let's clear this though, and what we need to do then is go into your extensions, load unpacked. There we go. Fucking A, chat. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so there we go. There we go. Let's allow that in incognito. This guy though, we gotta go over to extensions, pin, extension available. There we go. Dude, honestly, and I appreciate you being the tech support guy because legitimately, like, you walking me through just talking about this shit just made me like think it back and like, how we do this? Hold on, let's just do it the old school way. Do it the old school way, chat. And so this right here, we can do force transparent background. We can also do. Yeah, that sounds crazy. You can show the current OBS one there in the corner. Mechanics here, auto hide messages at the 20,000 milliseconds, which is what, 20 seconds. So go. Beep when there's a new message. Reduce the beep though to 30%. Oh, okay. And that's why a lot of the other ones seem to be easier, isn't that right? Because the WebSocket just being a lot easier to utilize from the API settings. This right here hides source icon, so this is how you could have all your chats in one location on Twitch and remove all of it. It's not because it's more secure. Oh, that's right. And faster, okay. I can never remember that one. And this is like hide messages from Kit, Ko-Fi, YouTube. You can do all these things like that. Only show Twitch messages, no other sources. You see what I mean, chat? Like, you can do all these things that really hide the fact that you're multi-streaming, so that way Twitch can't get you, but they'll still try to go after you. Okay, now we got that done. So now, as you see, as you click any one of these settings here, chat, it's going to add more to this up here. So this, we're going to now have a new URL. We're going to go Command C. However, though, go over here now. We go to our chat. I pop out each one here. Now we're actually going to see how this works, chat, because this is how it's supposed to work, right? If you go into each one of your chats, and let's say you go to each one of your ones here, get all the activity type stuff like that, chat, and then we go over to Kick now. What was that? Pop up chat. Guess what? We can close this window. Have these open now. You did notice that Kick was the only one that didn't have it open. Alright. So, now, Do that. Boop. We got that in. Now we go B and C. And you can actually close out this window, chat. Now let's go over here. OBS. Now that OBS is open, you go browser store. There you go. Stream multi chat. Okay. B. Alrighty. So now, chat, we have this set up like this. All this is there. Ah, and it's because each one got turned off. That's so weird. However, though, you can just minimize all these. Okay. Now. Yep, there it goes. See? There it is. Now. Yeah, see, there's the kick ones. See? Now we're getting that there, chat. And those are now going on top of the actual screen like that. So, there we go. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted there, guys. This is exactly the style. This is how I've always done it, guys. It's just doing it the extension method. It's way easier, in my opinion, than doing the app version. You pop out some chats. You fucking have them open in the background on like one of the other monitors and stuff like that. Then you just have the social stream chat open up. Grab that out. Throw that link into the browser. There you go. Right? And this way, too, you can just have this chat opened up like next to, let's say, your stream and stuff like that, like how I have it set up on the other one, where I have Rumble Studio right next to Kick, or the OBS window, because I have Kick chat there, and then Rumble Studio's going right there, because that way Rumble Studio brings me both YouTube and Rumble's chat, but the dock breaks all the time, but it doesn't do it on the website itself, so I can actually see it that way, so. Exactly, and it's a little lighter on resources as well, too, exactly. Because, especially because it's all it is just to pop out chats, instead of you using your actual video feed and everything like that, which takes up so much more bandwidth, so much more resources. Just having a chat window doesn't take up that much resources at all, chat. Plus, you get the limiter on at the same time on Opera, and it's still going to limit that down to a very substantial amount. Inside in the browser already. Exactly, too. Exactly. And again, too, that way you don't have to have all three of these open and be like looking through all of them. It's all now coming on one section. Makes your chat so much easier to read. But that right there is a huge thing that can get you banned on Twitch, though, guys. Just bear that in mind. So always keep that in mind, guys. Go ahead and close out these guys since we don't need all that right this moment. You stay up yours now. That's awesome. Awesome. Sounds good there, fam. Honestly, like I said, I love using the social stream one. It works really well. It makes it super easy to have all of your chats located in one area, guys, and just have fun with it. You know what I mean? So, I'm not gonna do Resident Evil 3 tonight. We're gonna do the I'm gonna do some solo Ascent tonight, guys. So I do apologize, Fox, but I'm just gonna do a little bit of solo. I want to raise up my my solo character up a bit. However, I just want to see if the cloud saves are still there on my Resident Evil 3. No. Sorry, played it yesterday on TikTok since my OBS it's the game. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Get reinforced with that. I feel like I might need to reinstall Resident Evil 3. I've not had this issue but that is not normal. Withering Waves. Like, even though these are installed on my fucking SSD, feels like there's something holding it back from allowing it to launch the game from the SSD. Yeah. Looks like I'm gonna have to. Fucking hell, dude. That sucks. I'm gonna have to reinstall all that shit too. Your FPS gone from 30 down to 1. Damn. No, I get that. I get that. I think you were playing your solo character then on the TikTok stream then, fam? Or were you playing your multiplayer character? Your buddy Nutty got banned? So wait, how did Nutty get banned? Wait, did he get banned because of the whole fucking uh oh, new character? Was it over the thing uh oh oh, maybe it isn't. Okay, so maybe it isn't an issue with that. What the fuck is going on here? Good thing we're capturing this from the capture card chat. I was about to ask, was it multi-streaming? And so was it because he had a link in a bio, or did he have like a panel, or was he promoting it or doing a social stream? Oh, both. Yeah, that's gonna get you. That will get you fucking screwed over by them so badly, dude. And it's so stupid. Like, legitimately, there needs to be some shit about that, dude. They really need to fix their TOS, but because of fucking tech tones, they're gonna go so fucking hard on all of that shit. test out Resident Evil 3 now then, since I just restarted my PC and it's or my Mac, and it seemed like that might have been what needed to happen. They really do, and because like I mean, again, it's a whole thing too. Like I was talking about last night, right? It's that idea of when you want to go raid out to somebody or you go to host out to somebody and you go, oh, maybe I don't want to do that necessarily. Maybe they're too interactive, but you're not going to say anything. You're just like, oh, these guys are just too overly hyped. Cat. I don't want to raid out to them. And it's like, oh, it's because you don't want to go to that person raid to them because they're a better content creator than you. Therefore, you're going to lose your viewers, or at least you think you will, because they're going to be like, oh, dude, why do I watch this guy when I can watch this guy? You know what I mean? Like that's when it's going to start to really fuck with people there too. Do I have firewall on? Yeah. Finder's the only thing that's open too. You're saying Twitch new management for honestly though, Fox. I'm just gonna be honest with you, bro. I don't see that happening anytime soon. I really don't see them getting any Twitch new management. Like legitimately, yes, they do need it, but they're not gonna get Twitch new management anytime soon, in my opinion. I have not yet seen this happen like this, chat. Fancy's pretty baked in. He is, and also like what I feel like also really screws over a lot of things is that he is one of those types of people that I really do feel like he's going to be the massive downfall of Twitch. Okay. So, yeah, appreciate the alert there still, Hawk. Appreciate that. So, little weird, chat, that we're not getting any action from my games at all. Oh my gosh. Look what it says right now. Verifying Resident Evil 3. Alright, it was just gonna take fucking forever for it to actually load, chat, but if it's gonna do so, we'll try to load up Resident Evil 3. Not even in the so, okay, I'm sitting here waiting to see if anything else is gonna open chat, so I'm like sitting like, anything else gonna open up? Okay. Try this out again. While this does this chat, I'm gonna go use the bathroom and everything like that too, really fast. So I will be back, and hopefully by the time I get fucking back, this will have opened up to at least the game at that point. Let's fucking see. No, but okay. I will go with an open with that one, but now it's open with that one. One second, chat. And also, it stopped trying to open up fucking Resident Evil 3 and decided to try to open up Wuthering Waves finally. So, yeah, not sure what the fuck is going on with this. I don't know if it's because of just like how I have everything on the SSD or what's going on, but yeah, this is a little weird right now. They really doing PS5 first for Death Stranding 2? Really? Oh man, that's shitty. I mean, I guess I kind of understand it, but like that's trash. How long is it gonna be before we Xbox and PC get it then? Are they gonna be doing like the whole year launch thing or what? Holy shit, 1,000 to buy a PS? Fuck that, dude. Like, look, I want a PS5 and all, but it ain't worth no fucking $1,000. I'll say that shit right now. I mean, over in Canada, yeah, probably because of the cost of all this shit. So 6 months to a year. Oh man, dude. But yeah, I was gonna say probably the Canadian price is 1,000. So yeah, over here at least it's only still 600. But dude, fucking fuck that, dude. $1,000. But yeah, it got halfway to opening Wuthering Waves, verifying the file, and then it just stopped. Chat. I I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I played my games when I was at work today, and it worked just fine. But now it's like wanting to have issues. I feel like just because I'm streaming it. Like, I'm not even joking. I feel like it's just because I'm live right now that I'm having these issues. Fucking weird. Weird. Ooh, 959 Amazon. Oh, for the PS5 Pro. I forgot about that. They released the Pro though now. Okay, I would say that probably would worth it though, man, because fucking the Pro would probably be a beast of a fucking machine. And close that out again. By opening Resident Evil 3 one more time here. I'm really trying hard just to get this one thing to open, chat. Dude, at that point, I'd rather just get a fucking Mac Mini at that point for $500. Like, fuck that, dude. And plus, especially $959, one controller, no fucking game. You can suck a dick, Sony. Like, come on, man. These unfair, like, fucking consumer practices are just so fucking just ridiculous, dude. So I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but Felix, aka PewDiePie, dude, he's been de-googling everything that he's on now. He's going full Linux. It reminded me so much of your big push to doing it there, C4. It was actually crazy, and the fact that he's used his Steam Deck for like a massive amount of hosting on it too. Yeah, I'm not worried about it though, Fox. Again, like I don't care. You know what I mean? Like why do I bother caring? Like it's just more shit that no one can afford right now. So who cares about it? And yeah, dude, PewDiePie Tech Tips, it was insane. The whole thing that he did with like showing everything that he's done to go full like fucking Linux and pretty much lose everything Google wise, other than like YouTube really. Man, that went full Arch too. Yeah, dude, it's crazy to see how everybody that's been doing it too. Restarting my PC or my MacBook again. Dude. When you say not just Linux Arch Arch still, but I mean like Linux is Arch, isn't it? Like, because I mean that's how PewDiePie was describing it, and it says Linux OS. So when he was like, "Oh, I'm installing a Linux OS and it's Arch," like that's why I'm confused right now. I'm pretty sure that is an OS, isn't it? I may really have to fucking do this old fashioned. Correct me if I'm wrong. Arch is like the newest OS that they released for Linux, isn't it? Okay. There we go. There we go. Dude, what the fuck happened? Why was okay? Yeah, what's up, Jinx? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't really care about those types of videos. I I don't know. I just don't really watch like that type of content much anymore. Like I feel like it's odd to say like I have gotten so fucking old, dude, that I don't really watch outside of things. Is yeah, that was right. Like I honestly don't watch anything outside of like just like news things and just like recaps like the drama shit that's gone on. Like not even joking. Otherwise, I really just I don't watch anything else otherwise. I just don't find the use or care for it anymore nowadays. It's just like I don't know, like a lot like the only AI video that I saw lately that I kind of was amused by was that whole AI Sasquatch thing, like Sasquatch streaming and shit like that. That was kind of funny and all, but I was like, I don't know. Like there's a lot of it that I've lost a lot of interest in it too. Like I used to watch a lot of like Madness Combat Interactive was a by Creakles, and I used to watch that shit all the time. I don't know what happened. I mean even Foamy the Squirrel, dude. I haven't even watched Foamy in years now. And I used to love watching Foamy all the time. I don't know. There's just like a part of me that has stopped watching a lot of this stuff on YouTube because it's just like, I don't know. Just like, I feel like this, like, especially like a lot of the content now, especially like the AI stuff, like, one, a lot of it's not even marked, even though they're supposed to mark it. Like, when you go into your uploads and you upload a video on YouTube, there is a specific tab that asks you, please mark this if your video has been altered, changed, if it's AI, whatever. It's not the original content that was, or whatever the case is, or is it real? If people just don't mark that shit, and then you just guess whether or not you see an AI video or not, it's pretty easy to guess them nowadays and stuff like that. And I think that gave me a really bad taste in my mouth with how content has been driven on YouTube. So that's why like a lot of the content I end up watching now is on Rumble, but a lot of the content that's on Rumble is a lot of like politics, news, and stuff like that. That's why I primarily watch a lot of that now. So I feel fucking old. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like an old man a lot of times because like I just don't watch regular content much anymore. But it's because I'm not even joking. I just don't have that like. I just don't find the same drive to want to watch that type of content anymore. Because it's open. Okay, where the fuck is it open at? There we go. Now it's forcing the verification thing to start up. So maybe now they've only clicked on it once now, chat. It's the only other thing we've opened up now. Maybe this will fucking do its thing. Withering Waves got to about right here, and then it stopped. So we'll see, chat. We'll see. But the interesting ones like the word such. One was a doctor telling someone that they had cancer, and he goes double and give it to the next person. Wow. I canceled Netflix and a bunch of other streamings, dude. Yeah, I get that. That's why I do. I'm not gonna lie, one of the biggest sites that I use, chat, I recommend it to a lot of people too. You're gonna need an ad blocker though. You definitely need an ad blocker and tracker blocker as well. Showed up on this one as easily as it's gonna show up on my Safari. Rhinomovies.tv. So like, this is how we watch the Godzilla -1 and everything like that. Like, this was the original. That was when we did that movie night too, chat. And you will see like do that to you a few times. It'll do these random like ad things because it's like it's trying to do the whole thing like go buy it or do the like more realistic way of doing it. And then yeah, you can do it this way. You know what I mean? Like you can literally go watch Godzilla -1 via this way. See, got the Toho thing. See, oh, and good quality too. Good quality. Way better looking now than it was when it was being made, or when it was when we watched it in the Cam Link version of it. When it was just that Cam version of it too. Oof, it was so bad, but hey, it was still fun to watch. I was wondering if you can get a still of Godzilla. Look at that still, dude. That's fucking 3 a.m., dude. I bet. Oh, you just got an Amber Alert, bro. I got one around the same time. The other day, and it was another one to remind people about. There was an FLDS, which is the fundamentalist. When apparently they had kidnapped a fucking like a little girl and her little boy, a brother and sister, and were taking them to one of their fucking things. And it's like, oh great, fucking do these cults, dude. But yeah, dude, what a great image to lock on Godzilla right there. Yeah, just that. The ominous of them creeping up through the water. Well, if you weren't awake to notice the Amber Alert, then you definitely woke up to seeing it then. You know what I mean? C4, no, there goes Tokyo. Dude, it was such a good movie. I liked -1. It's also location 3 hours away from your house. It might be because they might be coming towards your area, or they might have been seeing them going towards that way. Start searching about these guys. Dude, honestly, that'd be pretty fucking noble of you, dog. That'd be straight up noble of you. Like legitimately, like as soon as I saw the FLDS church one thing, I instantly was like watching for every like car that was passing by, everything like that, because they were passing through our area. And it looks like they got to their destination, sadly. So, oh shit. Okay, so this is where Withering Waves got to, chat. Now again, chat, for anybody wondering if this is like a MacBook problem all the time, like no, this is just something that I think specifically happened because of some of the issues I was having with my external SSD. Because legitimately, this was not happening before, and now all of a sudden we're having this whole issue, which I've never had before. Until I had an issue with this guy today. Before going to work, I did not realize this, but if I close the lid without disconnecting this one, ejecting it, and everything like that first, it considers it like pretty much just like unplugging it without ejecting it. So that's at least what happened today. But after that, like I went to work, we used crossover to play the Ascent after I rebooted everything like that. Worked just fine. The only things I didn't try were the games already installed on the fucking SSD, and I should have done that earlier, chat. I should have done it earlier. I did not think about it. I did not think that this was going to be an issue. I just wanted to kind of add this into like the whole like the multi-streaming topic about like what kind of things can like the Rumble Studio handle with streaming wise. gaming wise and all that other stuff like that. Because obviously, if you're just doing a just chatting stream, that's a whole different ball game than actually doing like an actual stream. King really pisses you off, dude. I get that, dude, and it kills me that like legitimately, there's so little laws it feels like against it. Like I don't understand it. Didn't you see like some of the stuff like over in California you can go marry a minor and and have sex with a minor so long as you have a wedding license. Oh, and then it's not statutory rape. It's like that should still be fucking statutory rape. If you married a minor and you're fucking the minor, you are a piece of shit. And I mean, one, but two, should still be statutory rape. It shouldn't be like, oh, well, you have a marriage license, so now you're all good. Like, fuck that. That's why I was in massive support of the Coach Mike and his wife Katie, or Kate, however she goes by. She was a lady that came out to help Washington change its child marriage laws. Which again, it's like, how in the fuck is that allowed in Washington? Or was, I should say, but still, it's like, shit like that should never be legal, or ever thought of being legal. Like, I don't understand who thought, oh, yes, let's put that on the books, that should be good. 100 years from now, nobody's gonna be like, oh, these guys are fucking pedophiles. Like, and of course it happens in fucking Washington, of all fucking places. Special place in hell kind of stuff. It's funny, that's what you say all the time, too. What C4 just said. Like, more or less, like, kind of hope there's a special place in hell type of deal.
Well, I do. I hope there's many special places in hell.
These are the... That's crap. My game now. Took forever to load, chat, but finally got the game to load. Oh, look at that. Loading. Hallelujah. Oh, happy fucking day, dude. Sure.
Well, if cameras kill those
things, I'd be
set.
sad. I love that.
Copy that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is it blocked? we'll be doing this the explodey way.
How bored of the game I am already. It's not even like this is a bad game or anything. I not want to play Resident Evil 3. I just wanted to get the game to actually launch on the fucking MacBook finally again. So I'm glad to see that finally work. But yeah, we got our 14-day trial back finally for crossover chat. So now we can play the Ascent again, and that's what I was going to actually do. With that actually on stream here, chat. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, but dude, this is probably by far one of the funniest fucking things I have seen. You guys, I saw this in the whole Nux recent video, but you guys gotta see this because I was gonna make a joke about like the fucking the files are empty. Do you know what that smells like? The whole fucking joke because oh my god, this has been great. Uh, I might have to go to the Nux video just to find this stupid fucking thing. It was on Twitter, chat. It was on Twitter. Okay, we're gonna go to Nux. Hold on, we gotta find specifically the whole. I wanted to say he used it at some point. He didn't do it in this one, but I know he's done it in this one. Yeah, I'm scrolling until I find it. I'm gonna find it. I swear to God, because it's fucking hilarious. Dude is known as the greatest embarrassment to Wales. And once you see this meme, chat, you will never be able to unsee this meme ever a fucking again. Oh, how is it not in this one? Damn it. I want to say it started in this one. Oh my gosh, yes, it's got. Okay, so I do believe it is in this one. It was as he was looking up updates. I have to go through the videos here, chat.
All right, what's happening?
Fucking.
This is the quint.
Okay, chat. I will find this fucking meme. I swear to God, before I get into this ascent, I am gonna find this meme because you guys, when you fucking hear this thing, it's going to be so funny. You're gonna be like, I did not realize that this has a smell. Oh yeah, fucking Whoopi claiming that black people in America go through the same thing, if not worse, than that of Iranian people in Iran, like especially Iranian women, that they're as equally as oppressed as them. I'm like, okay, yeah, Whoopi, you keep believing that, you dumb bitch. Who's worth $34 million and is an absolute retarded ass cunt. Right here. Oh my god, yes! Yes! Oh my god. Thank the Lord! Okay, chat. Be prepared for this.
You are aware of the reason.
This is why. I gotta find the original video where he starts off with this, or find the fucking full clip of this guy, because he goes up to the fucking IDF and all these other people that are all there at one of the fucking groups, and he's all yelling at these people about the women in captivity, or in Palestine, and they're starving. Mind you, they're not, because fucking America and IDF have been helping them out. But yeah, because they're starving and that their breasts are empty. And do you know what that smells like? And if you think I'm fucking joking,
that's why she decided to stop, because of the smell.
Trying to feed their dying babies and their breasts. Do you know what that smells like?
Do you know what it smells like? Empty breasts just don't sell well, you know what I'm saying?
oh dude, that line, how is that? That smells like the way he says that. He does that. Oh man, like that is the greatest embarrassment of fucking Wales that has ever existed. Oh my god. And literally it comes from like one of these other videos where Nux is showing like the whole the food and all that shit that they were, bringing them and stuff. And then it was like, oh yeah, like, this whole thing just adds to it. And then of course, the potential new New York mayor is literally a fucking piece of shit, Islamic extremist as Islam douchebag who's all like, yeah, I'm a Muslim for gay guys, but I'm also for Hamas. Yeah, right. You realize you're a fucking retard, right? Like, hey, why don't you send some of your gay supporters over to Iran and see how well that goes for them, or over to Hamas, see how well that goes for them. I doubt you'll get any of them back. Like, dude. Reminds me of the dude on the plane. Oh fuck, which one is that? Dude, I'm telling you, man. These people, like the protesters, dude, it's insane. And then I'm seeing fucking people who are like, oh, I've been supporting blah 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 blah, and then like you go look at their fucking like like whatever flags they have in their X account. They got like 90 different flags. Like, kid, you pick a lane, pick a cause, and stick with it. And also, paid protesters, go fuck yourself with a hot ass fucking dildo and melt your insides from the inside out. Okay? Because you are the scum of the fucking earth. Fucking absolute piece of shit people. Oh man, yeah, I'm a paid there was a bitch who literally was like, I'm a paid protester. I haven't had to work in like 30 years. Like, I'm sorry. Remove all that woman's money, put her in prison, and give that to fucking somebody who deserves the money. Like, fuck this bitch. Yeah, dude, Sharia law, and this motherfucker is definitely somebody who will definitely do that. And, like, they do that grift like they did in London. We're gonna do something super progressive, get in on that side, and then be like, oh, but this is Islamic phobic, this is Islamic phobic, this is Islamic phobic, which is an actual law, blasphemy law of Islam and stuff like that. You're like, wait, aren't we a Christian nation? Fuck Islam. Fuck your bullshit. I don't give a fuck about Muhammad and all the rest of them. He's a fucking retard. Like, okay, you guys want to know why Muhammad's a fucking retard? This is why anyone who is a fucking Muslim is just, honestly, you're an idiot. You believe in more of a cult than anything else, other than most other fucking, like, LDS people. Okay? Go West Huff debunking Islam. The Quran has a problem. If the Quran is true, then it's false. Good example of why this is such a fucking hilarious thing. That if anybody who thinks that at all Muhammad was fucking truthful, he was an absolute retard and he was illiterate.
In chapter 29, verse 46 of the Quran, the text commands Muslims to engage with Christians and Jews, the people of the books, gracefully, saying,
Do not argue with the people of the book unless gracefully, except with those of them who act wrongfully, and say, we believe in what has been revealed to us and what was revealed to you. Our God and your God is one, and to him we submit. They believe that, if Jesus is God, he wouldn't have been sent to, die for our sins. Again, missing the whole point!
Believe in what has been revealed to you and what has been revealed to us. Our God and your God is one, and to him we submit. Yet many Muslims today say something very different. Instead of affirming agreement with what has been revealed in the Bible, they accuse it of being corrupted and changed, that the God of the Bible is no God at all. In fact, numerous times the Quran spells out what it thinks has been revealed to the Christians and the Jews, calling the Torah and the Gospel a message that was sent down by God. If Muhammad has doubts, the Quran says that he should go and ask those who have been reading the scriptures revealed before him. Contextually, the only times the Quran has talked about previously revealed scriptures is when it's talking about the Torah and the Gospel. Muhammad is told by God here to go talk to the Christians and the Jews because they have revelation given to them already. Muhammad should have confidence because in the very same section that says that the previous scriptures were revealed, it also says that no one can alter God's words. We know exactly what the Torah and the Gospel would have looked like in Muhammad's day. We have copies, in fact, that come from the Arabian Peninsula.
If you guys don't know who Wes Huff is, this is a guy who not only just proved Billy Carson in such a huge fucking way, but two, this dude literally studies linguistics and ancient fucking biblical text, to make sure that the shit that he believes in is real. And that's why this dude is like, yeah, Christianity's real, Muslims are not.
During the time that Muhammad lived, these of course don't differ in any significant way in their core doctrine and teaching from any of the other thousands of manuscripts that predate the 7th century. In chapter 5, verse 46 and 47 of the Quran, it lays out a chain of custody that God sent down the gospel to Jesus, confirming the Torah, both of which contained guidance and light, and said that the people of the gospel, in other words the Christians, must judge by what God has revealed to them in the gospel. If they don't judge by the gospel that God has given to them, then they're referred to as the defiantly disobedient. The Quran has already stated emphatically that the gospel and the Torah were given by God, that these are revelations in the same inspirational vein as the Quran, and that they should be treated as such by Muslims. God's revelation in his word cannot be changed, and therefore if Muhammad has doubts, he's told to go to those who had the scriptures before him, the Christians and the Jews. The implication is that the Torah and the gospel existed in Muhammad's day, enough to connect these revelations with the Christians and the Jews as reliable sources to go to. We have tangible physical evidence of what the Christians and the Jews would have understood as the Torah and the gospel in their day. There is no indication in the Quran of any substantial corruption or complete extermination of the Torah and the Gospel. If there was, the numerous times the Quran makes mention of them would have no reasonable application. The Christians and the Jews cannot judge by what has been revealed to them if they no longer have it. If the Torah and the Gospel are God's words and no one can change God's words, an accusation of corruption towards the Torah and the Gospel is one that either makes the God of the Quran out to be a liar or incapable of doing what he says he can do. But this brings me back to chapter 5 verse 46 and 47 of the Quran. In order to take this passage seriously, a passage that addresses me personally as a person of the gospel, a Christian, I run into a problem. If I judge the Quran by the gospel, which I am commanded to do in order to not be one of the defiantly disobedient, I find that the Quran misunderstands, lacks comprehension of, and outright contradicts the Torah and the gospel. So if the Quran is true, and I obey it in this instance, by the standards it tells me to judge by, I find the Quran false.
See? Exactly. You can find the Quran false. Okay? The other one. That was a really good one. Yeah, Christmas is not pagan. There was a really good example of that, and how that every lies of like, oh no, this is totally a pagan thing. It's like, oh, you realize that they actually took that from Christians and that they predated that. Like, and again, this have somebody who's actually a linguistic, master of this stuff, and also a fucking person who's a professional that studies these things like the way he does. It is a very refreshing to see a lot of the takes that he has, and then also, as I said, this was the debate. Like, all right, because I used to be a huge Billy Carson fan. I loved his idea of, the whole ancient texts, the Sumerians, and all that other stuff like that, right, chat? But I didn't believe in the whole emerald tablet thing when I found out that, like, because as I was younger, as like a teenager, you hear about it and you thought it was real and things like that to a degree, because like I wasn't really taught a lot around those things at the time. Wasn't until I would get to about, I'd say, mid 20s that I like really hear more about them. Still nothing debunking them. Um, everything from fucking Billy to fucking Graham Hancock to fucking Joe Rogan and so forth, so on. Everybody talking about the fucking Emerald tablets. Wouldn't be until a few years back that I learned that, they were fake and they were designed by a guy who claimed that he astral projected and all this other stuff like that. It just, a lot of weird, crazy fucking, hippy dippy bullshit. Billy, though, believed into this shit very fucking much. To the point that he believed he could read ancient languages, even though he never taught himself or how to do so. This is how much of a retard Billy is, chat. So,
Hi, what's up, everyone? And
I would love to see how many MacBooks I now find across the internet of people using them for content creation. It's hilarious.
I'm trying to move this stuff. And yeah, they'll do an awesome job editing this intro to make it way more fancy than this. But I'm here with my good man, Billy Carson, who I've known Billy personally for some years now.
Good, man.
Solid friend, great character, businessman. He's been on Elevating Beyond last time, sharing your whole story behind the story. And what you hugely specialize in as well, you just came back from Egypt, is like the emerald tablets. You've been studying those since what, you were like 6 or something? I think?
No, not the emerald tablets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the emerald tablets I've been studying for the last.
No, he did make a comment about
Okay.
saying that he studied them since he was 6 years old.
6, I was studying aerospace technology, which then led me into understanding more about advanced technologies, and then finding the link between advanced technology and ancient civilizations, and going on literally a 27-year now, goodness, trek around the world. Been around the world now over 18 times. Last year, spent 9 months in hotels.
I remember.
As you know,
Just want to make sure those links are posted.
leaving this big old mansion behind and not going home at all. And
Travel grind.
traveling nonstop to these ancient sites to get the information hands-on.
Okay. And it was weird. I just heard a little chime. Wes, you there?
Where I was referencing, actually, I was misquoted.
Text that we
Waiting on that he has to come back to. I already know.
Interesting is that
From what I understand from her, are Egypt. There's tons that I'm interested in. That how all these things show up in Egypt is baffling to me. But just going right to it, I had here, Billy, you talk about how Jesus was never crucified, which is interesting because my wife, who's a Muslim, they believe that as well.
This is okay.
Their beliefs.
I'm sorry. This is how you can tell a Muslim is definitely full of shit. Oh yeah, Jesus was never crucified. Oh yeah, what's your proof on that? Oh well, God wouldn't have done that. That's your fucking proof. That's like saying, oh, I have proof. Well, what's your proof? Oh well, you can't see it because only I have special powers and you can't see them. Sounds a lot like Joseph Smith, doesn't it? Just saying. Just saying. He does sound a lot like Joseph Smith, predating Joseph Smith. I'm just saying.
From what I understand from her, they don't think that Jesus, as they believe is a prophet, God would have him killed. But I don't think they have any historical evidence, as far as I know, as to what or how or why they believe that.
Exactly.
I'm curious for you guys both, and if you want to, I guess, go first, Billy, as to how you came about, like the finding.
And I will jump into some sentient chat, but this is just, I'm sorry, I did want to play this just for a second, just because again, this is some actual good content, good debate, things like that. And if you guys haven't checked it out, like I said, go check out Wes Huff. Dude does a really great job of actually doing his job of analyzing and studying ancient biblical text and languages and stuff, and trying to piece together, things that may have been lost, or to, catalog it and show that this is why it has definitive proof that the Bible is true, and then all this other stuff. So.
It seems that Jesus was not crucified, or that's not accurate.
Sure. And in my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay, according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. And that Bible is predates the King James version of the Bible.
My Codex
and the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which, according to some scholars, is a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more, if that's true, it adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified.
And then that's what I like about Wes is he will explain. He's like, okay, but here's the problem: no actual realistic fucking, historian is going to debate something like that because they just don't believe that.
I just personally believe that Jesus was an amazing human being. I don't think that he was the Son of God in the sense that he's God, but that we're all gods, as he said, "Ye are gods," and that we're to do greater things in him. And I just personally believe that the return of the Christ is the return of the Christ consciousness. When we can all achieve a...
It sounds like he combines so many things, and I realize it now more so as an adult. Like, he combines LDS, he combines Catholic, New Age spiritualism, and Buddhism all in one. Which, look, you can interpret the Bible however you want to interpret the Bible, but if you then interpret the Bible in a said way, and then you say that it's the fact, and you go to argue somebody like Wes, I'm just going to say you're probably going to get your dick knocked in the dirt.
Level of knowledge, wisdom, passion, understanding, empathy, love that he came to this planet with, and we get that in our mind and our conscience, and we can act on that.
Planet. The way he words that Jesus came to our planet, maybe thinking alien Jesus here all of a sudden. Again, one of my other favorite things is how Wes actually argues this point too about like how when you have ancient astronaut theorists, he'll be like, "Oh, well, like there's the possibility that Jesus was an alien." He goes, "Oh, well, that's fine and dandy, but you can't disprove that or prove that." So it makes a really good, fun, conspiracy theory because you can't disprove or prove it. It's like he has a point.
Those incredible emotions and that understanding that the whole world is going to transform instantaneously. And I think at the second coming is the coming of the Christ consciousness to the planet, not a human being flying back to Earth to save people. That's just my personal understanding of how I've perceived it over many, many years of going through this information and going through all this text.
And Wes, I'm gonna let you respond to that. And again, I mean, this is everyone listening to the show. I'm always like, challenge everything. Learn to critically think and continue to come to your conclusions. Even with Jesus, I'm not personally even waiting on that he has to come back to say, I already know like I said, that strength of God and consciousness is already, I can tap into that right now. So you don't have to wait for him to come back. For those that believe he does, to actually have that like next level of what that's supposed to mean.
That made no sense at all, Mark. You're completely being vague, stupid, and just need to shut the fuck up. He's like, legitimately, dude. He acts like a moderator, even though he's not really a moderator for this thing. He's trying to like add interjections and stuff like that, but that literally made no fucking sense. And it also comes off as egotistical as well. But to a degree, I kind of understand what he was trying to say there. He's more or less just saying that you don't have to specifically have proof or have this or have that to, or not have proof, but how do I put it? It's like you don't need all these other special things in order to prove that God exists, because if you just do the right research, then you can prove that he exists. It's like, I mean, even still, there's some ways of wording this that would just be way better than what he just did. It just feels very, very vague, but it's also just that it can lead into a different interpretation of what he's saying.
Wes, go ahead on for what Billy was talking about. I think with a book in the Harvard Museum, and I heard something about Jesus's wife, which that's, yeah.
Yeah, well, first let me say, I think it's really cool to not just be in the room proverbially with you, Billy, but be able to interact with you, because I wish I could be there in person. Unfortunately, Toronto, Canada is a long way away from Florida. It's a little bit of a jaunt. But I really appreciate the fact that you seem to have investigated to a certain degree some of these facts. Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible called I have.
Oh, if everybody is joining in us, and like wondering like why, like we're past the whole multi-stream stuff. If you do have any questions, if you want to know anything or ask any questions about setting anything up, please feel free, put them in the comments, chat, wherever. I will get back to them and answer them, especially if they're in the comment section down below, whether it be on Rumble or on YouTube. I will be answering you guys right back as soon as I can. As soon as I see a notification pop up that there's a YouTube Studio notification for a comment down below, I will make sure to definitely go and answer that right away, chat, because that is definitely something that I want to be sure to keep up on top of, is making sure we hit those questions when they come in here and stuff like that. So all right.
A version at home.
A couple more
It's
minutes of
called the
this, and then I'm going
Sinai
to send
Bible.
chat for a tiny bit.
Right from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James Version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes. Okay. That's why I was trying to get some clarification, because so you can actually go and see Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library. So you can go and see it. It's on display. And the British Library has actually digitized the entire manuscript. So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. So I have it here. And the only reason I ask for clarification is because I want to make sure that what I'm addressing is actually what you mean, and not addressing something else. Because the Codex Sinaiticus in particular is just a Greek, it's a 4th century Greek manuscript.
Mm-hmm.
It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from. So my curiosity is just simply in kind of exploring, when you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there, I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27,
mm-hmm.
where it has Jesus being crucified. And that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or, the John.
Yeah, dude, like you said, too, this is stuff that is already digitized and put on the website. You can go and look up and verify all these things. You know what I mean, chat? So it's like, it's crazy when some people debate something about something and then adamant, or oh my gosh, I can't say the word all of a sudden. Not adamantium, but adamantly argue a point that is inherently wrong possibly even know it, but still argue that point as if it is correct. It's crazy. I'll be right back. I gotta grab a drink really fast, some water or something real quick, chat. I'll be right back. Oh, you're okay. Okay, chat. I am back. All right, so back into this. Also, again, see how hard it is to pause the content for reactionary content as well, chat. Oh my gosh, so hard, so hard. Again, for those joining us on Rumble and YouTube, if you guys want to know anything about multi-streaming, I did already cover a lot of that already in the earlier part of this topic. However, I will gladly go back over it if you need or want. I will literally answer any questions you guys have about multi-streaming or what to use for setups, tools, all that stuff like that. This video will be uploaded later on after I'm done with the stream. And you guys can find it both on YouTube and on Rumble as well. Technically Kick as well, because it will be uploaded in the past broadcast, but primarily it will be up over on those two sites where it will be up promoted on those platforms as well for the video to help kind of guide people in the best solutions and tools to do multi-streaming. What
or any of the other ones. So I think my confusion is that it doesn't read any differently. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the viewers or listeners or whatever be able to see that
right now to make sure I have the version that I'm looking at?
While he's pulling that up too, like I keep saying to all the people that aren't scientists traveling the world and linguists, I don't even know how to pronounce it the right way, like me.
Yeah, linguists.
What cyanide? I keep thinking of cyanide, like the cyanide Bible. So is that like a version? So from my own knowledge that I know, like when I really studied all this, what I thought was interesting about the Bible was how many different eyewitness. I studied C.S. Lewis back in the day, how many different eyewitnesses and stuff there were. And they went on purpose to mention so many other names that they were able to cross-reference throughout history and throughout those times, from my understanding. And those were different things that I always thought were kind of interesting that I felt was a good concept of proof. And then I want Billy to answer, and also I'm just curious, like the Sinai Bible, where was that piece
I found
discovered?
the text where I was referencing. Actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Okay, well, it's easy then.
Okay, yeah, well, so that's good. So let's deal with that too, because I've actually worked with, there are two manuscripts of the Gospel of Barnabas. The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery. And so that's why I think it's important to get to these sources. So at the very start of the Gospel of Barnabas, which we only have two copies of, one is in Italian and one is in Spanish. We see right off the bat that the Gospel of Barnabas, not to be confused with either the Epistle of Barnabas or the Acts of Barnabas.
I wanted to show you guys that, which I thought was crazy. Again, if you guys happen to get a chance to check out this whole interview, I do urge you. It's a really good one to watch. Even if you're not religious, it's really good to watch just to actually how well Wes handles himself. He never comes off as brash, rude, arrogant, or anything like that, and very empathetic and sympathetic to Billy's, beliefs, and willing to not necessarily believe, but listen to where his stance comes from and how he got to those points and things like that too. So, how's it going there, Voodoo? What's up there, buddy? It's good to have you in here. Good to have you in here. got that. Here. Chilling, work was trading today. How was work though, brother? How was work? Other than trading wise, like hopefully hopefully you made some good money today. Hopefully maybe you made even some good tips there, dog. Hopefully you made some good tips. You make tips, don't you? At your job? We talked about this last month. I thought you and I talked about this. I thought you said you do make tips at your job there. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
The cost of keeping your reckless actions off the grid is not insignificant. Bear this in mind when you kill indiscriminately.
You gotta be about that, Fox, so when you get the innocent killed like that, even though I can totally get that shit happen to me, dog. I ain't perfect. $3 in cash tips today. I was bar racking today. Nice. Or bar backing. Oh, you were just like actually like racking up like the glasses and bars and like that. Is what you mean by that? Bar backing though, it's good shit. It's good shit. It's good work. Looks like you made $30 in cash too. You know that's always nice. For your whole ride home. In some cases, other cases you also be like, you know, hey, you can grab yourself a fucking little fat out doobie and a fucking 6-pack or so, and a couple donuts and shit like that, and get yourself a nice night. I've got the work like that. You know what I mean? Like that's always the best side of it, like that. Fucking autocorrect, dude. I trust me, dude. Fucking autocorrect got me so bad today. Tomorrow I work at a concert at the other venue in Brooklyn. Oh shit, there you go. Was tonight the NHL draft, or was that is that tomorrow? Or not tomorrow, but the one afterwards. That's so weird. Tomorrow Saturday is technically Saturday for me, but the day hasn't. Oh, the day hasn't. You mean it ended yet? Is it a bled? I think autocorrect's really fucking you over, dog. The thing is, got it. Yeah, for me it's already Saturday. I mean, it's definitely Saturday for you. It's 4 o'clock in the morning already. Saturday. It's 28. 108 days. That's how long I've been working straight. 108 days, chat. Also see as well there, chat, for the multi-stream portion of this video here, which I'll probably cut out the other part that I just did for a second, and then add this part to it for the shit there, chat. But ideally, ideally though, the fucking ideally though, like work probably like that. I've not done work like fucking that long, a long time. But it's crazy to be working this many days straight, guys. So yeah, it's days for sure. Yo, Bet with the fucking rate of 6. Yeah, what's up, Bet? Doing so good to see you all. So good to see you all. Thank you so much, brother. Cheers, to you, dog. Cheers. Yep, yeah, I opened up fucking skin shit. I was like, wait, is that my game? I was like, no, that wasn't my game. What is that? Got me off guard for a second, eh? Kitty Dancing Pig is here. How we all doing, dog? How we doing? How's everybody coming in from Fed Stream? Hope you guys have had a wonderful night so far. Or morning, depending on your time zone.
This and this.
That. This does way more damage. I'm gonna go with the Enforcer upgrades instead on that one there, chat. Boom. Be huge. Oh shit, wait, there's an echo. The game echo or microphone echo? There should be a microphone echo. Definitely shouldn't be a microphone echo. We haven't had one all night. Do you have the other tab open still by any chance? I know when you raid out sometimes, if you have like your tab that you had your stream open to listen to, and then the other one, it does sometimes do that, but because it's a little weird that there's an echo now, because we haven't had an echo all night, so. That is weird because I haven't had anybody else say that there was an echo, so that's why I'm like kind of like baffled by that. I'm seeing desktop audio is still moving. Yeah, video. You guys said like, bro, like that, like this is like some type of growth thing or whatever the case is. Dog. Like, I mean, sure, I guess, like, yes, I guess on Rumble wise, sure, yes, I'm still doing all that stuff like that. But like, again, like you bring up things like that I don't care to talk about, bro. Like, I think you do not understand how negative that affects your fucking stream. Don't talk about those things. Like again. You can talk about those things, like, once you're to a fucking point, like, 100,000, things like that, bro. Talking about, like, growing a bunch, like, especially, like, we already made a kind of, like, a slight comment and all this stuff like that, but, like, overly talking about it or having people, like, bring it up to a bunch, like, especially because you bring it up all the time, dog. It's something that's like, you gotta stop thinking about viewers. You gotta stop thinking about the growth. Like, legitimately, dog, I'm telling you, man, like, you got to just ease up on it and just, like, focus on other things. Because everything else will come with it. But there is a point which I feel like you are so actively thinking on the viewer count or, like, on the growth, it's just like, dog. Okay, no, so it was on your end? Okay, so I'm glad you said that there, because I was still looking around on my end. I was like, I was looking through all my stuff here. I'm like, where is there an echo coming from? Because I thought maybe I was capturing one of my tabs by accident, which could have totally happened at any point in time. But I was like, I thought I closed out all my tabs on my MacBook here because I could see these closed. But I was like, wait, maybe there's one capturing over here on my on my laptop. So I was like, wait. I started thinking, I was like, wait, am I capturing audio somewhere else? But like, because again, dog, like, don't take it the wrong way though, Voodoo. Like, don't take it like as a negative thing either. Like me being like harsh about it or whatever the case is either too. Like, or being upset or mad. I'm not. I'm just saying, like, I just feel like that, like every time, like you know, we're talking over the stream is up and stuff like that. At some point, you bring up either viewer count or like the growth, man. Like, or you're growing. It's like, okay, let me just point out something about the whole Kick thing. Kick is probably going to stay stagnant. A good point of this would be like, so the homie here that has just rated me over here, Fett, my boy Fett was part of that big, huge group that followed me, the 800 that's there. He was one of the earliest ones, and that guy has been following me for such a long time and has been such a great friend. He saw that, you know, like when that happened, that was the growth then, but that was 2 or 3 years ago, whatever it was, when Kick, you know, first actually, really popped off, right? But the thing is, though, Voodoo, is that at that point in time, community, one, was different. Two, I actually was going and building more with the Kick community at that point too. I haven't done that as much as I've been doing that with Rumble, right? But the thing is, though, and this is something I've even said back then, is you do not talk about growth. You do not focus on numbers. You can be like, hey guys, thank you so much for all the recent follows, things like that. That's it. Cut it there. You know what I mean? Because if you actively focus on the growth, those that follow in then start to feel like shit. You know, like maybe I'm just a number and stuff like that. It is what it is, and I don't worry about the numbers. I just I go live and have fun with it. I know, but bro, when you do bring up the comment, so again, when you say that though, it's you can try to pretend that you don't, bro, but you do. And I'm just being honest with you. You do fucking care about the numbers, because if you didn't, you would not bring up in any mine, yours, or anybody else's chat. You would never bring up viewer count. You would never bring up about growth, because these things wouldn't be here. They'd be here. You know what I mean? Like, they'd be in the back of the mind. You wouldn't be thinking about it. That's what I'm saying, Doug, is that you do think about those things. And it's okay to say that you do. Like, I do actually think about them. I just don't talk about them. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that you can't. You know what I mean? Like Fett, and everybody else in chat, please know this too. Like, you know, yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Numbers come with time. And if I focus on the numbers before my time comes, then it just becomes that I just make everybody a number. Like, I don't want to make Fett feel like he's just, you know, viewer number 826, right? Or whatever the case is. That just seems like such a shitty thing to do to somebody, you know what I mean? And that's what it comes from when you hear people talk about growth. It's like, okay, bro, you know, like, how about talk, like, that's why I changed a lot of the other content too around gaming. It's like, now we're doing politics, we do religion, you know, I'll talk about everything. You know, like, we have much more mature conversations now, debates and everything like that, a lot more nowadays, because, again, especially with the multi-streaming, specifically wanting to do it on, like, Rumble and going back to Kick, I'm a very big adamant person about, you know, freedom of speech, you know, and I'm at the end of the day, I don't give a shit if we have disagreements, you know what I mean, so long as we can all have, you know, that ability to be like, all right, cool, can we all still be friends, can we all have a beer at the end of the night, cool, cheers, you know, that's cool with me, too. I need to do, multi-streaming, I do, Fett, too, if you have any questions or anything like that, dog, let me know. Like, my whole stream today has been dedicated to doing the whole, like, not even just teaching multi-streaming, but actually, like, helping out, like, show all the best tools and stuff like that. So, like, this video will be uploaded to YouTube later as well, along with Rumble Fett. And it'll show you how to do the multiple RTMP link if you want to go that route, or if you want to go with no headroom on the PC. Even regardless if you got a beast of a PC and shit like that, you don't just say some room on it. You could go like what I'm doing, which is where, you know, I go live to Rumble Studio, and then I make Rumble take the load and go live to Kick take the load, go live to Kick and YouTube at the same time. So that way I don't have to have that server load; it's doing the server load for me. But you know, I can, as long as I have a decent stream on Rumble, it'll go live. It'll look great over there. You know, and that's why I was like just doing all that too. You know, take I was waiting for somebody to say it, Doc. I was waiting for somebody. And again, like I said, don't take it wrong. Like I said, like you can think about numbers, bro. Like trust me, we all do, right? It's okay to think about the number, the viewer, whatever, right? But just don't talk about it as much, or don't do it at all. And the only reason I say that too, man, is again, it's not to like harp on anything. It's just like it just when you do that, the viewer, especially lurkers, man. Lurkers are people that are just coming in, and you gotta hook them in that first 15 seconds, and they see you talking about numbers. They're like, "Fuck, I don't want to fucking be in one of these streams." They're gonna dip out instantly, dog. That's another big thing, and I've seen this happen. Again, there's a reason why on Kick I got to that 800. The only problem was is that once I got to that 800, that's when the whole confess drama that I talked about last night or the night before. That's when that all blew up when Yami came in, by the way, Fed. So, again, this is the other thing, too, is I love seeing over here on Kick all the peeps that I built up with. You know, that we built huge communities, and we fucking literally helped Kick become to what it is now by being the OGs that fucking were like, you know, Twitter constantly like, come to Kick, come to Kick, come to Kick, come to Kick. You know, we were the ones that actually helped bring a lot of people over to this platform. And it's fucking awesome to see where it's grown, dude. It's awesome. Yeah, sure. I've had my disgruntled moments. I've left and come back, left and come back. But again, now this is, for me, this is now my fucking, in a sense, Kick has now become my Twitch, because again, I'm boycotting Twitch. You know, hey, anybody else out there, please help, you know, support the boycott of Twitch. Share it out there, talk about it, bring it up to people, tell them, hey, go check out my boy Devi's video. Things like that, right? Because the more we can tell people to get the fuck off of Twitch and be on here again, the better it's gonna be again, dude. I got huge numbers and it went down hard. But I didn't take the time to make YouTube and TikTok stuff. I remember coming in your chat, you were doing the store streams, and I was always hoping to become a close friend. Oh, dude, and you did exactly. I was like, yeah, of course you did. You know, and it's again, that's why, like, you know, my boy Voodoo here, you know, Fox, everybody like that I met over on Live Space and stuff like that. You know, it's like I went over to Live Space only just because of the whole like losing a lot of the momentum on Kick because of standing for Confess, and then he left to Twitch. I think everybody else expected me to go next, and I was like, nah, dude, I cannot go back to Twitch, you know, and I ended up doing it so in the end, but that was only because Live Space closed. But bro, dude, like, honestly, like, when you had those huge numbers too, like, I feel like what really screwed you over more was just the, you know, like, the personal fucking, like, shit that was going on so much that I feel like it took you out of everything too at times, you know, and it's like, how can you handle doing YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all that, anything else like that? When you got all that other shit going on, like, you were lucky to get a stream in sometimes, dude. So, and that was the best thing though, dude, is when we got those streams in from you, like, especially some Diablo streams, or there was a couple other horror games you played at that point too that were really fucking good, and I absolutely loved watching the streams, dog. They were amazing, dude. You know what I mean? So like that, you know, dude, Diablo was lit. And our hardcore runs, I missed those. We definitely gotta do a hardcore run at some point. And you know what? And the other thing what I like now too. So here's another reason why I came back to Kick, and I want this to be clear as well. There is a big thing that changed back when I first was here on Kick versus now. And you can look at how Illuminati talked about this, and he was upset that they're not going to give him some $1 million contract and he's going to come over, right? Oh, fucking sorry, boo-hoo, go fuck off, right? At the end of the day, what Kick wants is legit fucking content creators to be like, yo, I want to come over to Kick organically, bring my community over organically, and then build this platform up, build up with everything else, right? And then if I get into KCIP, make money that way, cool. You know, if I get subs and make the money that way, cool. As on Rumble, right? I fucking love Rumble for this. Again, this is a huge reason, dog. I'm telling you, man, definitely check out Rumble. You know, my boy Voodoo got me into Rumble. Like, again, like, as much as you hear me over here giving him some flipping him shit about the whole numbers and stuff like that, Voodoo is the reason why I did come over and check out Rumble outside of my other friend, UB Legend, also from Live Space. But when you're over here on Rumble, dude, you can get a chance, right? If you're doing like a stream to like the way I do it, where you stream to the Rumble Studio, and you don't do the direct RTMP if you want this, because I haven't seen them pop up yet. I think it's something that'll come down the road. He is. Dr. Disrespect is over here, and I actually love that he's over here. Dude, especially after all that bullshit that happened, I'm glad to see that he finally, he weathered that storm, and he's good. You know what I mean? He's doing good. And by the way, Voodoo, I was gonna say, I don't know what the answer for Sunday just yet, so I'm still racking my brain, by the way, for that question. But with Rumble, if you do the old school studio style that you can go into, which here, let me just do this real quick. Again, this is why I don't mind doing this when I'm playing games and stuff like that, chat. And oftentimes this is why I don't always change my categories over right away, because I legitimately will bounce between things just like that, like kind of like ADHD almost. Yeah, and dude, honestly, I had a huge feeling that there was a lot of bullshit that was going with that, because it's like the way things were leaked, the way it was all coming out, it was like, this doesn't feel like this is like legal in one precedence, and the other precedence was that it didn't feel like it was legit either. It really caught me off guard the way that all kind of came off too. You know what I mean? So I was hearing so much stuff about Rumble from HD, and I was like, you know, I'm joining. Oh, dude, so HD caught you. So, HD, what's the other homie's name? What's the other homie's name we used to hang out with, over there? Fuck, he used to have the cool overlays and stuff like that. You know who I'm talking about, Voodoo? Oh my god, his name was on the tip of my tongue, and I fucking just lost it too. Shit. I felt like an attack too. He won the case, and people were pissed because he was just raw in his opinion. Dude, yeah, and it's like, if he wins the case, plus, like, when I saw that they gave, no, not HD the King, but, like, our other homie that was HD at the same time, he would do the fight nights and the things like that. Young Streets, thank you, dog. Yeah, Young. Dude, fuck, love that dog, dude. Such a good guy. Is he over on Rumble as well, too? If he is, I want to give him a follow, so I can actually follow his content still, because I know he was on Twitch, but I just don't follow Twitch. I just see if he's still over here on Kick, too, because I got his Discord still. But, dude, yeah, you're right on that one, Fed, because, like, I feel, when people saw, like, okay, not only did he win, but what my biggest thing, what they would say was that, when I saw that, the organization that they sent the paperwork to be like, hey, you know, did he or did he not have this happen? And it was like, oh, no, he didn't have this happen, blah, 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 we didn't find any wrongdoing. It's like, okay, if they don't find wrongdoing, they don't go after him, then obviously, no. But so this is what I do here, what I'm talking about here, Fed. So if you go over to here, when you're on Rumble, right, you have this ability to go, like, upload, go live Rumble Studio. If you click this, there is two versions of Rumble Studio. There's the new one, which is direct RTMP, which is what I do, which is, like, pretty much like old school or regular, you know, streaming. You get a static URL, you like stream key, and then when you come in here, you can just edit the thumbnail, which I do like that you get a thumbnail that you can edit and stuff like that. And then you can edit your title, everything else like that, like you normally would, right? But if you go to this studio stream right here, though, this bad boy will actually give you the option to have what's called campaigns. And you'll see the right here. So these are the campaigns, right? So as you can see, these are where you can actually earn money by doing stuff like that. Like, so for instance, you know, you read this ad read, and then they'll tell you where, like, the cap out is and stuff like that as well, for how much it'll be and everything like that. So here's the thing, though, like, the one I saw for $17.75 coffee, I think it was like, if you had 4,000 or 5,000 people in your stream watching on Rumble, right, it would have capped you out at 16 grand. 16 grand. That's not subs you gotta wait for, right? That's actual revenue, ad revenue, right? That's what I'm talking about, man. So, like, I only read it for 20 people. I got 60 cents. 60 cents. Damn near $1. Okay? Not a penny a person. 60 fucking cents for 20 people just for doing one ad read. So, yeah, I haven't done it more because I want to wait till I have, like, 30, 40 people in here at least, so that I get, like, maybe $1 or something here, $1 or something there. And you do that enough times throughout a stream, you do 3 or 4 of them a stream, it's going to add up. you know, and then that boom, you get your $50 payout every time. And that's another thing, $50 payout. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like you do have to be part of the actual creator program, which even though I've paid for my premium, which you have to still have premium in order for that to happen still for the creator program. But you have to have 100 followers, so that's why I'm really actively pushing for constantly telling people, hey, come join me over on Rumble. Please hit that follow button. But also, if you are going to do Rumble, I do have something here that I do want to. Also, yeah. Proof of the pudding, too, by the way. We've got up to about 11,000 views here. So far, we've made about $56 dollars over here. Yeah, see, once we hit that 100 followers, you'll be eligible to enroll in the Rumble Creator Program. So we're almost there. Just here in the last 30 days, we've had 96 hours viewed, 1,000 views in total. Just over here alone. And look, you still get ad revenue over here. Subs, rants, which are super chats. You know what I mean? You don't have to be super partner over here like you do on fucking YouTube or anything like that. But just get 100 followers and then boom, you can get to the creator program. And I'm always about showing and being transparent about all this stuff here, chat. But this is also where you can see where your other stuff will be at as well. But there is a referral program here. Okay, so yeah. So if anybody wants to make a Rumble page, I please implore you, do me a huge favor and totally help your boy out by using this link here and coming over to Rumble and making an account via that way. So that is a great way to help out this channel, great way to help me out overall, and it just gets you also a perk as well with coming into to the platform as well. So we're gonna go over here and we're gonna post that link over here. Boom. Yep, yeah. No, I was gonna do that as well, brother. Yeah. No worries, no worries. But yeah, this is, dude, honestly, like I said, I love Rumble, dude. This is my main home platform. I love it. I love Kick still, don't get me wrong. I still will be streaming on Kick and everything like that, but dude, I fucking love Rumble, dude. Like, dude, here's the biggest reason why I love Rumble, right? So, one of the biggest things that really blew me away was when I started looking at some of the views on some of these, right? Some of these are still semi-decent, stuff like that, and then you'll start to see some of these, like, you know, fairly okay, you know, and then we start getting to, you get to some of my other ones where, like, you know, we go to the streams here, right? The lives. Now, your lives, they get promoted actually like a upload video would have on YouTube. And that's when you start to see, like, okay, here's the, the views are like, you know what I mean? You're like, okay, now I'm starting to get up there. Oh, there you go. It's like, that's how much where you're reaching, right? You know, so again, by the way, this is the only time I'm ever going to talk about views like this. Is what I mean by that. Is because I'm talking about the idea of how much you're reaching versus, like, my YouTube channel. When, like, I don't know what else to do to reach out more. To build out more on the algorithm. And then, again, this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying I'm differentiating about this on the numbers, too, by the way, here. So, it's that, again, it's a different thing when I'm, like, we're talking about, like, viewer numbers and growth numbers. What I'm talking about specifically here is the actual, like, algorithm numbers here, or like, I guess you could say view numbers, but not viewers. But these, like, again, we look at YouTube here, right? These a lot just do not do well unless, like, I see, like, sometimes, like, these hashtags, things like that, and it's like, this is why, one of the reasons why I just don't promote YouTube as strongly as I would Rumble. You have a stronger chance of growing on Rumble and reaching a wider audience on Rumble than you do on YouTube, at least when it comes to, like, uploads, right? Now, when it comes to the lives, I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but dude, it's actually gotten a little bit different. This is the only one that was low, and it was in the middle of the day, which is weird. YouTube seems to be a higher, you know, a push, you know, when it's at nighttime, or whatever the case is. But if I do something from the store, it's almost an instant, like, it isn't gonna do very well, right? It's not gonna reach anybody, you know. And so, like, again, like, the reason why I'm specifically talking about these when it comes to the views is because I want people to know that there's help out there, videos I've done to try to actually, like, help people learn, like, multi-streaming and everything like that, you know. And it's like, dude, why is it that this thumbnail, everything like that is, you know, hashtag and stuff like that, it's not reaching? You know, it's not getting enough, actual momentum. And my worry about that is that, again, not enough people see that. And the reason why I'm saying this about the whole view thing real quick about that is because of what Tectones has brought up. For those that don't know, Tectones made the comment about, oh, if you only have 100 CCV and above, can you go message him a direct message, ask for help to come over to, Kick, multi-stream, all this stuff like that. And I was like, no, there should be something out there for everybody, like right now, to be like, okay, hey, what if I don't have 100 CCV? Who could I go to that would help me out, build up the multi-stream, actual, like, tools that I need, and then would they help me out with, like, promoting me on X? Would they help me promote me on Snapchat, Facebook, wherever? Help me grow my community further than what I'm reaching right now. And that was what my idea was for that video. So that's why it was, like, crazy to see that over here on Rumble, it does reach more people versus over on YouTube. And the only problem I have with that on that one video is that, with that being said, I want it to reach more people on YouTube because there's more people there. With Rumble, I feel like most people that come over to Rumble are already here on Rumble. And anybody in chat, by the way, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you either are already in multi-streaming, or you're either doing podcasting or you're doing news, and that is either already, technically simulcasted or simulcasted in some way. Maybe it's not, multiple streams, but maybe you got like a radio show going on and stuff like that. So a couple of these are going to be audio, maybe they're not video like this is on Rumble. And then you have your video portion, kind of like how Rogan has it. He explains, like, hey, there's people that are listening to this that aren't able to see this video feed, so you need to, like, describe what's going on, what you're describing, all that stuff like that. And I think that is the core concept of trying to reach the bigger, audience-wise, is that when you're trying to do it on YouTube, it just feels so daunting, and it feels like out of reach. Where on Rumble, it feels like you can easily access the community of Rumble. You feel like you can actually, get in contact with them and be able to be like, hey guys, let's, work on a project. Let's, collab on a news project. Let's do this or that. Rumble feels way more actively, together than it does on, let's say, YouTube or even on, like, on Kick at times. Whereas with Kick, I will say, Kick is definitely better for gaming content, and I would like to see more gaming content come over here to Rumble, because Rumble, I feel like, could be, a really good source for it, because you have that ability to, especially when it comes to gaming, like, in Fet, Voodoo, in Fet, YouTube specifically, Cyberfox, actually, I ask you three specifically, when it comes to, like, trolling, right? When you're trolling, how often do you feel like you have to censor yourself when you're, like, on, like, YouTube or Twitch versus, like, somewhere like maybe Kick or Rumble, where they actively allow you to express yourself and say certain things, without just being persecuted, under, like, all the extremes of the law, by just trolling, right? When you're playing Call of Duty, and you're playing Warzone, and you get into some shit talking with your friends, and you're shit talking the enemy, all this stuff like that. And there's a point at which I feel like a lot of us have censored ourselves when we're shit talking in that. And I'm not necessarily saying you can't. I'm not saying, like, oh, you gotta say, you gotta go to Rumble or and Kick and drop the N bomb or something like that. That's not what I'm fucking saying here. What I'm saying is that, like, there are certain things that you may not say over on Twitch or YouTube, because they might consider that homophobic, transphobic, whatever the case is, right? Ableist, ageist, like, they'll use all these fucking names, and you're just like, bro, like, if I want to call, somebody in a game, a fat, dumb whore or a cunt, I shouldn't then be like, oh, fuck, I'm demonetized now, or, oh, fuck, now I might get banned because somebody thought that I was referring to, Denims or Frogan over there, So it's like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, no, I'm not talking about getting trolls in chat. So, Fox, you weren't even listening. Not that you were listening, but you were hearing what I was saying on that regard. I'm not talking about trolls, but I'm talking about when we go to troll, like, in video games. Like, when we are trolling. I'm not talking about fucking trolls coming in the chat. But I'm talking about, the idea of when you're playing a video game and you're trying to, be crude and stuff like that in chat to somebody in a voice chat, how much do you feel you censor yourself? That's what I was asking specifically. Like Fat over here, Voodoo, and yourself over that in that regard. Like, how much do you feel like you censor yourself when you go to shit talk because you're afraid that if you bring up a certain topic or you use a certain bird or whatever the case is when you're streaming on something like say Twitch or YouTube, that you feel you have to censor, or even fucking even worse, TikTok, right? God forbid you say something against China on TikTok. You don't get into the fray of talking shit, man. Come on. I mean, I'm not saying we all get over here like Modern Warfare 2 era esque, shit talking. That'd definitely get all of us banned. Let's be real, right? But I mean, come on. You know what I mean? Yo, fuck yeah, Fat. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you. But like, I mean, honestly though, I mean, like when I go to shit talk, dude, I like to fly off of some shit sometimes, right? And it's never like meant to be hurtful or that I'm actually like let's say like actually like homophobic or transphobic, right? It's like I'm just making jokes, I'm making comments, man. Like what the fuck? It's one of those things where you're just like damn, I didn't know we all got so sensitive. I thought our whole culture raised on the fucking South Park became this fucking pussyish. I don't know what happened. Lead update my calendar. I'm trying to. Do I get that? Also, you don't also have to make those sub channels. By the way, you can make the main channel and just have that. That's what I do. Fed. You don't need to do like the whole like channel within a channel thing, which you'll see some people have. I hate that unless you're doing like multiple things, right? Like there's Dark Acorn, dude. I love his because he has different things. I love all that shit. Or you say you hate someone because yada yada, you just hate because of this. Like shut the fuck up. I hate you because you a bitch. I like that. The participation medal mentality. It's really pussy. It is, and that's what I'm getting at, dude. I don't like that over on YouTube or on Twitch or TikTok is actively. As it's not over here on Rumble, like, like that's what I'm saying, like, the gaming on Rumble feels a little bit more freer, you can be like, oh, you fucking pussy ass bitch, or say something a little bit different, that I'm still not gonna say on Kick, just because, again, people even on Kick sometimes can still get a little bit sensitive about things, and it's like, again, dude, we're gamers, we're gonna shit talk, we're gonna say some shit, now I've heard, Tech Toads definitely say some shit, on his stream that I'm just like, don't know if this if he gets banned or not for that. If he doesn't, then cool. We'll get into it. I love to be toxic and not get banned from it. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And I feel like on Rumble, you can be like that playful toxic without getting banned. And because I think that's what people don't understand is like in gaming, we like to be playful toxic. It's not that we're trying to be really mean. It's not that we're trying to break it down like them. In gaming, we just like to bust people's balls, man. Exactly, dude. Exactly. 100% Fed. 100%. It's not a personal attack, toxic. It's just we're gamers, bro. Or you get banned for toxic and they don't. Dude, that's the other thing. Yeah, double standard bullshit. They're being toxic maybe even first, and then you pop off with something. It's like, wait a minute, you just got banned, but they did it. Fuck. Like I don't know, kind of like the whole. And this is again the reason why multi-streaming is a big thing. Like putting. It's kind of funny how this can kind of loop back to this, right? Because if you think about this in terms of multi-streaming, what happens if you put all your eggs into one basket, right? In a sense of like what kind of happened with Tech Toads originally, right? Before you started multi-streaming. So, you put all your eggs in one basket, you call a fat bitch, because legitimately, she's over 300 pounds and somehow a fucking nutritionist. I think that should disqualify you, or disqualify you from being a nutritionist. But that's just my fucking opinion. But, there's that aspect of it. Or, you call, a woman a whore who does OnlyFans and she calls you a rapist and a pedophile. I would argue that one might be a little bit worse than the other, okay? Sure, maybe you're supposed to call those things whores, I guess. I wouldn't call them women. Women have, actual decency, dignity, respect, confidence, all that other stuff like that. They're fucking amazing and strong human beings. Those are whores. Those are subhuman whores. Okay, they're not even women. They're just whores, and it's because they legitimately fall in this category of, oh, look at me, I'm on OnlyFans. Come give me money for my titties. And then also think that I have a respectful opinion at the same time. Oh yeah, right, totally. Oh, my bad. I forget that porn stars could actually be taken seriously. Just leave that one there. All right. Blame the people who buy it, if anything. I mean, to a degree, I blame both. I mean, why put yourself out there? You know, I mean, especially I think specifically to that kid that blew up on his sister, because I mean, think about how many more are like that. How many girls out there have ruined their brother's fucking ability to go to college, get a job, and all this other stuff like that, because their sister's getting her back blown out on the fucking internet constantly. Oh, fucking great. Thanks, sis. You made it so great for me to go get a job that they're instantly like, yo, can I get your sister's OnlyFans, bro? And then your boss calls you up like, yo, why is everybody asking this stupid question, dude? And you're like, oh, so my sister does OnlyFans. Like, get the fuck out of here. If people weren't buying, they wouldn't be doing it. I mean, yeah, you're fair on that one, dog. I mean, again, that's why I say I blame both, because they wouldn't be buying it if it wasn't put on there, and they wouldn't be putting it on there if they would. It's kind of like what comes first, the chicken or the egg. See what I'm saying on that one? So to talk shit to people without getting banned for bad language. I mean, and that's what I mean. Like, why the fuck are we all so sensitive? I thought we were a whole culture raised on South Park, but yeah, we all act like a bunch of fucking pussies. Like, dude, I ain't for this shit. Like, I do not understand how he got to be so fucking pussy like. And it's like legitimately too. Like how is it that you get in trouble for certain bad language? That is ideally like barely anything. And then there's people out there like Hassan Piker over on fucking Twitch. Again, boycott Twitch, okay? Fucking out there just be like, oh yeah, dude, my favorite flag is says Ebola. Oh, it's because it got a fist and an AK. Bro, shut the fuck up. Fucking imbecile fucking moron, dude. He is such a moronic fuck. It's unreal how fucking legitimately he is the biggest leftist streamer on the left, dude. It's like, and again, like the whole don't put all your eggs in one basket, dude. You put all your eggs in one basket like you do it with Twitch or do it with Kick and stuff like that. You get banned. You've lost all your revenue. You've lost all your your ability to stream and do all this stuff like that on that platform and your community, right? Until you either get on ban or if you're perma banned, then you're screwed. Right, so then you have to go fucking make a whole new account, gotta build it all over again on a new platform. That is not, what it's not necessarily fucking a bad thing, but at the same time, do you really want to have to do that all over again? Or do you start multi-streaming, you take on that ability to, and I would definitely, make the comment about, like, you don't need to take on, all of it at once, right? You don't need to have 8, 9 different sites that you're streaming to, right? You can just pick 2, 3 sites. That's still decent. You're still gonna get a lot of growth like that. Now, like Voodoo, you were saying this actually the other day, and I wanted to bring this up too, by the way. You were talking about the other day, you don't bring up your chat on your stream because it blocks your gameplay. Do you not do the timers on them and stuff like that? Because if you don't, or if you don't know how to do them, I can show you how to do that as well, fam. Because it's an easy thing to do. But you can have it set for like 20, 30 seconds. Like, that's kind of what we have set for a lot of ours, especially the ones that are going through social stream. That way, it just stays up for just a few seconds, blows away, and that way it's not blocking the gameplay for too long. But this way, people that are watching the stream can actually see the chat that they may not have seen otherwise. Because there are some sites that when you do the multi-stream integration, I do want this to also be added into this idea too. For those that are wanting to multi-stream, just keep this in mind, I should say, is that some sites like Beam and a few others, like Rumble Studio tries to do it, but like it doesn't bring in Kick. But I have Rumble and YouTube coming into one chat, but it doesn't bring in Kick for whatever reason. So that's probably because Kick's API isn't out for it. But let's say you're on Beam, Beam will bring over like Kick and all that stuff like that too. So TikTok, I will have to tone it down because they always take my streams down. And see, that's what I mean too. Like, that's where, again, that also falls into the multi-streaming thing too. Like, you got to decide when you're multi-streaming which sites do you want to multi-stream to, because do you have to curb your content and stuff like that you can't maybe do on one, and that maybe your community expects you to do it on other sites. They're like, oh, but no, you're okay to do it here, so why are you acting weird? Why are you doing that? Oh, it's because I'm on this site. We'll stream over there on a different time. Come over here and stream at this time. You know what I mean? There's a lot of that can do a lot of push and pull. But I think with TikTok, like, one of the biggest things I have an issue with TikTok is that it's like, it's constantly one, up in flux with whether or not it's going and staying, it's going and staying. Then there's also the other aspect of it that's just like, you see a lot of people tell you, oh, just make a TikTok and then pump them to your YouTube and then pump them from your YouTube to like your Twitch or your Kick and your Rumble, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to tell you right now that when I do a video here on Rumble, people stay on Rumble. When I do a video here on YouTube, people are staying on YouTube. They're not leaving the sites, therefore, to go to the other ones to make an account, right? It just doesn't have it like that. Now, Kick, they might do so, but it's just because they want another site that might allow them to upload videos to that might be less saturated than YouTube, so that they choose Rumble. Which, again, Rumble's an amazing site to do so. But, again, I do urge, like, again, doing multi-streams on YouTube, and especially with, I feel like YouTube taking streaming a little bit more serious more recently, that you have a better chance of gaining better growth and actually seeing more actual newer, community members this way too. You reach out more people and you actually do find way more, actual like new, names and faces in your chat that just weren't there before, and you get to meet people from all over the world, which is, that's why I love streaming, man. I love streaming because I love being able to just meet people from all over the world. Like, literally, one of my best friends that I fucking would take a bullet for in a heartbeat lives in Taiwan, and I've known that dude for fucking so many years now, and legitimately, I cannot think now of a fucking time, when I didn't know him. Like, I feel like we've known each other like our whole fucking lives at this point, because the dude's just been such a good fucking friend. But also at the same time, it's like, I can't also think of a world now where I wouldn't want to stream because I've gotten to meet so many fucking amazing people because of that exact thing, though. No, you're all good though, fat man. Much love to your brother. Much love. Good night, and have a wonderful rest of your sleep. I appreciate the raid, and I appreciate you, homie. You're a fucking amazing human being. Definitely appreciate you as always. Definitely appreciate you stopping by. And anybody also through Fetch stream over here on Kick still, definitely appreciate you as well as stopping by and giving even me 15 seconds of your day, even 10 minutes of your day. I appreciate you guys so much for that. Truly. Thank you for that. The PP, I fucking love that, bro. I fucking love it. Thank you for that. They're fat. Thank you for that. Get that bitch ass terrorist sympathizer cock gobbler off out of Twitch. And dude, honestly, what I would love to see, to be honest, Voodoo on that whole front is, I want to see him permaban. I want to see Denim's permaban. I want to see Frogan permaban. I'm sorry, any fucking dumb fat cunt that says, "Oh, I wish the American military PTSD," and boo fucking who. I'm fucking sorry. Go fuck your fat ass. And she lives in my home state, which makes me like so angry, because literally my home state has become so heavily inundated with so many fucking Muslims, and those fucking Muslims are just regular fucking peace be with you style Muslims. No, these motherfuckers are literally like, oh, let me be literally the worst, and these motherfuckers would be the same ones that would toss you off a roof in Iran. Because they're like, oh yes, Hamas, great. You're like, dude, please go fuck off. Like, I really want Hassan in prison, getting butt fucked by literally the big long dick of the law. Like, legitimately, dude. Hassan is 100% one of the reasons why that not only is Twitch dying in the way that it is, but he's also a massive reason why, fucking, he really doesn't even live there. Like, New York is dying, and then fucking even LA is now dying. He lives there. See him going to the LA riots, and yet he isn't in jail. He blocked a freeway, and again, the shit that they love to do in California, man. I would just be so livid. I love that in Florida, they're like, oh, you blocked the roads, we run you over. Yeah, that's sounded pretty good right about it. I jest. No, but legitimately, I think though that this whole blocking the roads, I've always thought back to that, fucking husband yelling at the entire crowd at BLM, telling them to get the fuck out of the road. His wife is in labor, and they're like, sorry, we can't do anything for you. He's not asking you to help. He's asking you to get the fuck out of the way so you can drive to the hospital, you fucking assholes. So yeah, she ended up giving birth to her baby in the backseat of that car. And it's like, I'm fucking sorry, but that's bullshit. Like, every single one of those fucking absolute piece of shit, low-life, fuck-stain, asshole fucking protesters needs to straight up be put in prison for the rest of their lives for doing something like that. Because, like, again, especially as a woman who could give birth and stuff like that in the backseat of their car, does anybody think about the fact that there could be a massive blood loss? Like, mom could die in the back seat, even if, like, she gives birth, baby lives. What if she doesn't? Like, there's a whole list of things that the doctors are gonna do for the mom when she gives birth. And if you're in the backseat of her car, can you even do those things? So, and if I'm not mistaken, they got lucky and a couple cars down, somebody was actually a doctor and came to their aid. But again, it's like, what if that wasn't the case, though? You would have been so screwed. So again, it's just like, please do not block, highways. Do not loot stores, okay? Especially mom and pop shops. If you're looting those mom and pop shops, I hope not only do you get, incarcerated, but I hope that you have to pay a massively ludicrous fine for it as well. Just say, absolutely fucking ludicrous fine. So there is a lawsuit that they are still going through. I can't remember what the name of the guy is, Voodoo, which is going through a lawsuit, and it's based on the fact that they don't hold the TOS fairly. And then you have Ethan Klein suing specifically Casey Tron, Denims, and Frogan. And then you have Techno jumping on that as well with certain cases. But as far as I know, it's probably going to be one of those things, just like how we see with the Carmelo Anthony thing. We probably won't see anything happen about the whole case thing with Twitch here until probably next year. Because I'm not even joking, because the way it seems to keep being delayed in the courts and stuff like that, it just feels like they're trying to bleed this person dry with all their money. But I do believe one of the organizations that not only fucking donated to him, backed him a little bit, and signed it and everything like that, are like one of the ones that are actually like helping out with all that. Like, I can't remember what initiative it is that it's helping him out with that. Speaking of initiatives, too, the Stop Killing Games, dude, Thor has completely bastardized that fucking actual, what do you call it, initiative and movement and stuff like that. So, 1 second. What? But yeah, no, there is a lawsuit. Let's see here. No, it's still stuff. We're gonna go back. Well, they're involved in several legal matters. Class action lawsuit regarding terms of service following a class action lawsuit was filed against Twitch in California on June 5th, 2025 by Daniel Bilch. The lawsuit alleges that Twitch violates California law, specifically the Yelp law, by restricting users' ability to freely criticize the platform. Specifics of the suit claims that Twitch's policies on harmful, offensive, misleading, or damaging content are used to silence critical feedback, and that users employ coded language to avoid penalties. Twitch has not yet issued a public statement regarding this lawsuit. 2. Legal dispute over copyright infringement. YouTuber Ethan Klein announced on June 19, 2025 that he is suing 3 Twitch streamers for alleged copyright infringement. So that's going to involve Twitch, even though that's not directly a Twitch thing. And then a lawsuit with X. Elon Musk's X reached an agreement with Twitch on April 8, 2025 to drop Twitch from an antitrust lawsuit related to the boycott of X's advertising. The agreement is contingent on Twitch's meeting certain specified conditions by the end of the year. Lawsuit in Russia. Twitch is also facing a lawsuit in Russia stemming from the suppression of streamer Kirill Konstantinovich Melaviv. I don't know how to say the last name. Account due to sanctions related to the war in Ukraine. Twitch has filed a countersuit against this claim. Oh, good. Oh, good. That'll probably go nowhere. Yeah, the Times of India. Wow. Rogan, your badass got covered by fucking India. That's how fucking huge you are. You're like a goddamn black hole. Your gravitational pull is so strong. Then other parts of the world is like, oh, fuck, what is that? So fucking Frogan gets reported on by India over here to be like, oh yeah, dumb fat bitch fucking removes all of her videos and clips amid viral litigation. Oh good, so that means that you're gonna get doubly fucked. Because not only is it the whole spoilification thing, but if you guys don't know, not only is it because of what Ethan is going to be doing, but it's because of that's what you pretty much are like 100% able to do at that point. But if you fuck up, and let's say you delete all your stuff after you find out you're being sued, they can then just assume the worst and be like, there was obvious evidence obviously in there, and you deleted it because there was evidence, so therefore you're now going to get doubly fucked by that. Plus, they can also then subpoena Twitch for the actual server VODs instead, which Twitch tells people all the time, just because you delete your shit off your fucking channel doesn't mean it's gone forever. It still remain on the servers for X amount of time. So, yeah. And then if Twitch then deletes that, yeah, which, don't delete those videos. So, and I do hope that in this case of everything going on, that Dan Clancy is right out of there. I'll fight. Because the motherfucker is literally damaging fucking Twitch so much. But yeah, this is the main one right there, Voodoo. So, well, they haven't issued a fucking statement. Ooh la la. Against anything. I mean, let's be real. They're probably just like, fuck, man. They have been getting screwed so many ways this Sunday that at this point, I don't think anybody takes Twitch seriously at all. Like, as funny as it sounds, I think a lot of people take like things like fucking like Kick, Rumble, and even doing more YouTube way more seriously than Twitch is fucking is. That sounds about in line with what Twitch would do. Delete something that is criticizing them or trying to flag it down in reviews. Sounds about right. Sounds about right, chat. Again, I don't know how else to paint the picture, chat, but legitimately this right here should screw them over enough that I just don't want to jinx it, but oh god, where's it? I think Bezos is gonna get involved. Either Bezos himself is gonna be like, look, what is going on here? Overhaul everything, whatever the case is, right? Or secondly, Amazon gets involved. and that gets to be even worse. I feel like Bezos might keep a few people, but that's it. Whereas Amazon board, everybody, you know that happens. The Kick CEO Eddie has so much money. I heard that if he feels like it, he can buy Twitch. I mean, that definitely wouldn't happen, dude. Eddie doesn't have the billions of dollars that would be needed. Because what was it bought for? Was it like 800 billion or something like that? Or maybe it was 900 million, but how much? 970 million. So does he got $1 billion or more? Bro, no. I'm sorry. As much as I know that Eddie's got some bank and things like that, no. He does not have that. He does not have that much money. There's no fucking way he has that type of liquidity to that he could try to fucking buy something like that, dude. And just because you hear things like that doesn't mean they're true, unless he says it himself. But no. The only person who probably could would be Elon. That's because he's literally got $500 billion or more. What is it? 300 billion, 500 billion? $411 billion. He is the only one that could do that. You know what I mean, Voodoo? Takes one little Google search, buddy. Takes one little Google search. So you see, this is why you should listen to your boy Debbie. Not saying that I know all, but I'm just saying that when I literally talk about business and stuff like that, trust me, bro, I'm not coming from a place of ignorance. So, homeboy has not enough money to buy fucking Twitch. So, that is completely out of the question. Completely out of the question. He couldn't even buy a server at this point. He couldn't even buy a server. Like, of Twitches, you know what I mean? Like, he like, at best, he could probably buy the fucking, the logo with that type of money. But, like, yeah. It ain't gonna be no actual, like, buyout, something like that. That's why you've been hearing people say that about Elon. Elon, you hear people say, yeah, buy out Twitch, and he could do that, but I just don't think he would. I just don't think he would. It wouldn't be worth it. He wants to make X into a streaming platform. You know what I mean? And while I don't like how X's views work, I think that X does have some potential. And anybody that streams on X right now, or even multi-stream, I mean, that's another thing too. Is like most people that multi-stream are on X. And they're doing it the Streamlabs way, because Streamlabs is the only one that lets you stream to X for free without having to be checkmarked or whatever the case is, right? You just go through your Streamlabs, boom, you're live on there. But Streamlabs just uses so much overhead. At least on a PC, I have not tried it on a MacBook, which I'm actually kind of curious to try that on a Mac, actually. Haven't tried it on a Mac. Something I should try, especially for multi-streaming, to see how it would work, because I do know they also have their own multi-stream thing built into Streamlabs as well. And Streamlabs also has a bunch of like phone apps and all that other stuff like that that makes it really easy to utilize a lot of stuff like that too. So, but the other thing too, I would say about all of that as well is that the I think like Dude, I just looked it up. I just looked it up. You need to look it up again? I just said. Like, I don't know why you're telling me, bro. I already did. But I just told you. Like, Voodoo, I swear to God, none of you all listen. This is the other thing, too, man. If you don't listen properly, then that's the other issue, too, dog. Because I just said that, dude. I just said that his net worth is so low versus somebody like Elon Musk, who has $411.11 billion net worth. And Twitch's to be sold today would have to be anywhere between 45 to 46 billion, not million, billion dollars. So again, instead of listening to something like, Joker or anything like that, again, I'm not talking out of ignorance, bro. I know business. Especially when it comes to something like this. Like, who would have the liquidity to purchase what platform and to do what with what platform? Like, again, also think about this. Why would he want to buy Twitch? Like, I really want you guys to really think about this, how stupid it does sound when everybody says, oh, Elon, you should go buy Twitch. Eddie, you should go buy... Why? The one, first fact, Eddie already has a platform. Two, so does Elon. Why would they buy a dying platform to try to resuscitate it? Because you think that they're going to resuscitate it for you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do you, like, that, the only people I think that, oh, buy this dying platform are those that are on that platform that want a bailout in a way. Because they're like, oh, yes, if he buys it, then all the bros will come and just be on the platform. And then it's just going to blow up overnight. And it's going to be great. And blah, 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 blah. It's like, no. Like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, there's just so much corruption, filth, and disgusting shit invested into fucking Twitch at its core that he beyond the purge what he did at X, he'd have to do it doubly so at Twitch. Doubly so. Like 100%. But it's like, again, he's got his own kick platform. His own streaming platform at X. Right? He's doing stuff like that. He's investing his $400 billion into his platform. Whereas, Eddie is doing what he can with Kick, but he can't actually directly control as much because he's the CEO. So there is a certain level of like what you can actually do and what you can't do as a CEO, because then it becomes a bit of a like what do they call that? I don't want to say the word coercion. What is that though? So it almost like it's like on the line of like insider trading type deal. You know what I mean, man? That's kind of what I'm getting at on that. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, like the whole CPU usage on it, I just can't get behind that. So that's why I'm not gonna do something like that to my machine. But again, though, like at the end of the day, you don't buy a dying platform to resuscitate it and try to make it alive, in some way, just to satisfy those that won't go to other platforms or go to your own and stuff like that. Whereas if Eddie really wants to take over Twitch, and not by buying it means, but by actually like just illegitimately like just beating it down, he's already started to do some of the best things he could. Implement the changes that we been told that are going to be done, but start doing finally. The biggest one is releasing that API. We need the API released. No, bro. I think you're not understanding that you're behind on that, because I googled that and then your message came up. Legitimately, like I've had to keep scrolling through your stuff like that. Like as the messages came in, like I had googled that, and then after a little bit, your message came through over here on the Rumble Studio and stuff like that. So. Plus, you also got to think about too. delay feed, everything like that. By the time you say something or type it, by the time I've already said something like that, I was already have typing it, especially, you know, in that 30-second delay, I will definitely have typed it already, too. Well, I wouldn't say, so that wouldn't necessarily be true. So, because think about the fact that WWE did do that with NCW, right? They did buy a whole fucking thing, which they didn't even do anything with it, which baffled me. But with AEW, I don't think that they would buy it out only just due to the fact that it doesn't have the same. I wouldn't say necessarily the same popularity, right? Because it does have a very high popularity, but I think it's because it actually has real rules, whereas WWE is just entertainment now. Like, literally, WWE is legitimate, just fucking entertainment. That's all it is. It's not the wrestling that built wrestling up, where people did get fucking hurt, you know, crushed fucking ribs, broken fucking noses, shattered fucking, you know, eye sockets and shit like that. You know, because they were still putting on a show, but they made it real. Like, that was like 70s and 80s of wrestling. Whereas like now, yeah, you got like wrestling that just isn't anywhere near the same. Like, yeah, AEW wrestling is better. I won't lie, actually. I will say that's actually a lot better to see. Um, like the other thing too, by the way, you take in consideration too, by the way, when it comes to like the whole like the sites thing, when you gotta think about why would you, like, not only would you not want to buy something that's not only just succeeding already, or not even so much that it's not succeeding, right? But he already has a loss leader. He doesn't need another one. Um, it's one of those things where I could kind of see, I could kind of see Twitch having somebody bail them out towards the end, but it wouldn't be to buy them and fix the site. It would be to buy them and give them a cushy last ditch paycheck, and that's it. Not even joking. That would be it. We get you a last ditch paycheck. You're getting your signing bonus, whatever the case is. You're leaving. You're done. Only because of the fact that Twitch has put themselves in a peculiar situation where Twitch has to either pretty much overhaul itself, overhaul its TOS, get rid of a lot of the corruption, which isn't just in itself. It's also some said streamers like Hassan, Frogan, Denims, Mike from PA, Casey Tron, you know, so forth, so on. You know, like, even as like a stoner, Casey Tron puts fucking stoners to like actual like bad name, man. Like, she gives them such a bad name because literally how badly she smoked like that. And then, oh my god, I was so high. I don't even remember doing the reaction to the video. What are you talking about? I didn't react to the video. It's like, yes, you did. You know, it was like, hey man, maybe if some of these people actually multi-streamed, maybe they'd actually be better content creators. They'd actually have to try hard to reach out and meet all these other people out there, right? Instead of just being like, oh, look at my boobies bouncing, cool, give me money. Like, I literally, Casey Tron used to do the whole like fucking I'm so pretty, blah blah blah. And then she started fighting with Trisha Paytas, and then she tried to, you know, like, I know that another person I knew she tried to start a fight with, and then I can't remember the name of the content creator, but it got to the point where she was working at McDonald's and she was wearing her outfit when she'd come on the stream sometimes, and I think she got in trouble for doing that too. Funny enough, too. Also, speaking of stoner, it is 4 hours and 21 minutes into this stream. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here, guys. I'm gonna play some of the Ascent here. Most likely, or I'm gonna maybe play Cyberpunk on the laptop. I don't know. We'll see here. Probably most likely some of the some Ascent. But I will probably do that here, and then I will see you guys though back here tomorrow. Well, at the vape shop. I'll be live at the vape shop from the MacBook tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. It'll probably be like somewhere in the afternoon. But I will see you guys back here then. Deuces, fam, much love, and have a wonderful night, peeps. It's so good to see everybody. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. And thank you again for all the likes and comments as well, too.